Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. So today create for is my first project for is the Django. Okay, so now let's work on your Ember journey. Okay, so now first of all, I'm just a short discuss for the initial in a first project. So once you have come with a suitable name for your Django project, okay, so here. And I'm just going for in this my command prompt. Okay, so here in this session for previous tutorial, create for the environment setup and then install for is the Django. Okay, so now here I'm create for my first project. Okay, so I'm affin for is my command prompt, and here I'm just navigate for my project name like so here is the file. So system can store the code for in this the virtual environment, and I'll navigate to for is the my world folder. Okay, so here and run this command to the is a command prompt. Okay, so I'm just going for my command line. Okay, so here I'm just type for is Django. Okay, in Django, and then create for is the admin and space for I'm just type for the start the project. Okay, start project. So my project name is my first. Okay, first project. Okay, so here I created, and then now create for is the is a Django. Okay, so now just create for is the end job. Okay, so here just waited for the second step. Okay, so here now is the opening for in this step, and here now a type for in this the. Okay, so here just type for Python is my project, and then type for is manage.py. Okay, so now it's for the not working. So now just type for is the command is the Python for manage dot okay here dot py, and then create for is the my grade. Okay, so here I created, and then press for the enter. Okay, so now just wait it. Okay, so here is the apply for is the my admin and content type is the session learning running migrations. Okay, here is created for the next step, and here I'm just create for is the file folder for this specific. Okay, so this is the folder name, and here is the specific for the meaning, and you will learn about some of them for the later in this tutorial. So but for it now it's more important to know the in this the location of your project. Okay, so now starting for the building application in it. So now I'm run the Django project, and let you have a Django project, and you can run it and see what it look like in a browser. Okay, so now navigate for the in this the folder name is execute for the command in prompt in the command prompt. Okay, so here now type for is the Python. Okay, so first of all I'm just type is Python. Okay, is the Python, then create for is the manage.py, and then create for is the run server. Okay, so here just have create for is that the run section, and in this for the run for in this the Django project, and create it for in this the command line and just press the enter. Okay, so here just wait it. Okay, so in the session for is the inter and design Django version and using the setting for is the hello world. Okay, is the now starting for the development server and is the perfectly completed for my first project. Okay, so now in this the address I'm just copy. Okay, and paste for my web browser. Okay, so here in this for the link, now I'm opening a new window and type for in this the address bar. Okay, so here and then type for in this the address bar and copy for in this address and here paste. Okay, so I'm just paste for the enter. Now you see my first project is upgraded. Okay, so opening so in this totally works successfully is congratulations. So now I'm perfectly completed my first project. Okay, so I could have a Django project and the next step is to make an app for my project. Okay, so you cannot have a web base created with the Django without an app. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this video. So thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. So today I'm creative for is the Django tutorial. So now welcome for is another tutorial. So today now I will explore for the height of any Django applications for views and understanding how views work in crucial for building dynamic web applications. Okay, so now let's get started. So first of all, this question for is what are the views in the Django? Is a Django. So is a Django views the Python functions are classes responsible for the processing the HTTP and request and returning for the HTTP response, and they encapsulate and the logic time they determines what data to display and how to display it. Okay, so now create for is a simple view and going for in this the views dot py. Okay, so here now first create the import file. Okay, so here now I'm create for in the another here's import now import for the HTTP response. Okay, so first I'm create is from and then create for is the Django. Okay, and now I'm create for is the dot is HTTP. Okay, and now then import for the HTTP request. Okay, so here in the HTTP response. Okay, so now create for in this the from Django is the import file. Okay, so now I'm create for first is the home section. Okay, so now I'm create for is a div and space for create the home, and now create a parenthesis inside create for is the request section. Okay, is the request, and then create for is clone. Okay, so here in this section create for the views is the need to map the URL to be accessible. Okay, so now I'm create for in this message for here type for is the return you are. Okay, in the return now create for the HTTP response component, and here now in this message create for hello for Django world. Okay, hello, and create for the Django world. Okay, so here created, and now in this for code for save. Okay, so here in this save, and now I'm going for the my urls.py file. Okay, so here I'm create for in this the views dot the HTTP response, and I'm also created for in this the urls.py section. Okay, so now I'm import here is already import for the admin and path, and now I'm import for is view. Okay, so first I'm create is the from, and create for is the home. Okay, and then create for is a dot is the views, and now I'm create for is the import, and for is this. Okay, so now here is inserted, and then here I'm going for the URL for the pattern section. Okay, so it's already created the admin and the admin state for URL. Okay, so here now I'm insert from is the another path. So first time create is a path, and now parenthesis, and create is a single quotation, and now I'm also here insert from the home. Okay, so now in this home for create the name. Okay, so is the name equal insert from the home folder. Okay, so here already created for in this the home, this is home, and now extract from this section. Okay, so now create for the home also here is created, and then create the clone. Okay, it's a semicolon. So in this station for this home is the okay is the import for now I'm from this section. Okay, so now in this save, and then just going for the my browser. Okay, so just open for the server. Okay, so here in this the server for the perfectly working for the install for the work successfully. Okay, so in this session I'm create for in is the view and help for the URL section. Okay, so in this session I'm completed. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this tutorial. So thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. So in this session create for the Django tutorials. So now I'm use the topic for the URLs, the Python. Okay, so the URLs is the roadmap for the Django project and guiding your user to write views. So let's unpack the magic of URL in Django together. Okay, so in Django for the URLs is where you define the mapping between the URLs and views. Is the these pictures that directs incoming requests to the right place in our Django applications. So now let's get started. So first I'm going for views.py session. So previous tutorial create is simply views.py project. Okay, simply discuss and is views used for the URLs project inside. Okay, so the Django views are the Python's functions that take the HTTP request and return HTTP response like HTML document. Okay, so our web page that use the Django is full of views with the different tasks and missions. So views are usually put in a file called the views.py. So it's inside for the my app inside for the views.py. So instead of my folder is app folder. Okay, this is the views.py in my apps folder. In this the my hello apps folder, it's look like this. So here in this, and now I find it and open and replace the content with this. Okay, so here first of all in this station is already created for the Django is HTTP response, and now this folder, the app name, the folder app name is hello, and then and here I'm just press enter inside create the message for hello Django project. Okay, is this code created completely? Okay, so now here is the name of a view I'm creating for the same applications. So I call it for the hello because I think the fit well in this context. Okay, so now this code and save. Okay, so now I'm just going for in this the my app for hello inside the urls.py. Okay, so here in this session, the urls.py, it creates a file name for the already created for the file name for urls. Okay, so this urls.py in the same folder as is also created for the builds.py file and type this code. Okay, so in this session, first of all, I'm going for in this the create the views.py and then going for the app folder is the hello, and here inside I'm create. So now I'm create for the urls.py the same folder views.py. Okay, so first of all I'm type for is the from and then type for is the Django. Okay, and also here is create dot urls. Okay, and here I'm type is also the import file dot path. Okay, so next line I'm just create is from space dot space import file dot views. Okay, so now this created, and then I'm create for the URL pattern. Okay, URL patterns, and now here inside first I'm create the path. Okay, and then create for the parentheses and a single quotation inside I'm create for the my app name is hello. Okay, and then create is the first slash and also create for the views. Okay, is the views dot hello, and then comma is also then create for the name is my app name is hello. Okay, so now this code created, and in the session I'm just create for the URL file and you just create a specific for the hello applications, and you have to do some routing in the root dictionary for the my app folder as well. Okay, so this may seem the complicated, but for the now just follow the instruction. Okay, so here in this session I'm just create for is the url.py on the my app. Okay, in this the my app inside folder and open the folder is the include row is the module in the import statement. Okay, so here I'm just going for in this the my app and open for the URLs. Okay, so here in this the is the opening, and then here I'm create and add for the import is the include module for the import statement. Okay, so here is imported for the include because in this import file I'm already declare for the previous tutorial. Okay, so now and also add here is the path function and now going for the URL pattern, and in this list will the argument that will route user that comes in. So now here I'm just include the path. Okay, so now in this here, so URLs patterns inside first time create is the path. Okay, in this path then create the parentheses and then single quotation, and I'm also create for the clone, then create for the include. Okay, is include, and again the parentheses and single quotation inside create for the my app name is hello dot URLs. So now this add for the include and the URLs path. Okay, so now in this code created completely and then save, but in this station its previous URL is not working. Okay, so now I'm going for in this the terminal. So first of all, in this again save, and this for is for save, and just going for the URLs dot my app is save. Okay, so now I'm just going for the terminal. It's a new terminal, and here I'm just type for the py manage dot py and create the run server. Okay, so in this the command now I'm created and press the enter. Okay, so it is opening for the new URL. Okay, so now in this URL just I'm copy. Okay, and going for the my web browser, and here I'm just paste for this URL, paste, and now declare for the my app name is hello. Okay, so now press the enter and see the output is perfectly printed for the hello it's a Django project. Okay, so this is the output. So in this session I'm completely created for the URLs and helps the views. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this tutorial. So thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's the new tutorial. So today I'm creating for the Django templates with the template.py extension. So in this template file are the backbone of the crafting dynamic and beautiful page in the Django. So let's explore ins and outs of the Django templates together. Okay, so in this session for the role of the template in the Django. So the Django templates allow you to build a dynamic web page by combining the HTML with the Django template language. Okay, so they enable you to display data from your views in a structured and visually appealing manners. Okay, so in the section for the Django template, the blunt that the result should be in the HTML and it should be the created is a template. So let's do that. Okay, so now create a template folder with the hello inside. So create a new folder and the folder name is for the templates. Okay, it's a templates folder and then press the enter. So here the hello my app inside is create the template folder, and template folders inside it create for the HTML file. Okay, so now the HTML file name I'm created for the my first. Okay, my first .html. Okay, so now press the enter. So perfectly created for the my folder name is the my HTML. Okay, so in this session I created for first created the hello folder inside is the template folder, and the template folder inside created the my first.html folder. Okay, so now open the my HTML file, insert the following. So first of all I'm opening for the HTML tag CML, space and enter is at the it's done. Okay, so first of all, okay, so now I'm creating for the body. Okay, is the body, then is the closing, and then slash, then again type is the body and then closing. Okay, so now here created the HTML tag, and then for the extra space remove. Okay, so now here first type is the h1 tag. Okay, the starting and closing for the wait1 tag. Okay, so now here created for the tag, and then here I'm type for the hello is the hello Django. Okay, and next one I'm created for the p tag. Okay, in this the p tag are created. Okay, so now here in this the created for the p tag, and here I'm insert for the message for welcome to my new first project. Okay, first project. Okay, so it's the first Django project. Okay, Django project created, and then in the session I'm completely created for the HTML tag. Okay, so now save this code. So in the session I'm complete for the HTML file. Okay, and now modify this view and open the views.py and further replace for the hello folders in this view. Okay, so I'm just going for in this the hello and open for the views.py file. Okay, so opening for in this the py. Okay, so I'm previously tutorial just create for the Eros project. Okay, so here in the session I'm just first of all import for the Django is at the here, and in this the render is for remove. Okay, so first of all here's the Django HTTP inserted, and I'm type for is the from, and type is the Django. Okay, and then is dot create is the template, and again is the import the loader. Okay, it's a loader created, and I'm going for in this my app inside, and here is the already return is the default is created. So now I'm just change it for in this the message. So first of all I'm create here is a template. Okay, is the template, and the spelling is right, and it's cool. Create for the loader dot use the get template, and here I'm insert for the my first. Okay, the my first dot HTML file. Okay, so now in this created for the my first.html, and then I'm going for in this the return.http template, and now is the change it for in this hello Django. Now I'm just remove and then insert create for the template dot use the render function. Okay, so now these codes are created completely, and the app is declared for the single condition inside. Okay, so these are created, and now this code save. Okay, and I'm going for in the next step create for the change setting. Okay, is to be able to work with more is complicated is the stuff. Then and create for the hello Django, we have to tell the Django that a new app is created. So now this going for in this the settings for in this the setting for my app inside. Okay, so here I'm going for in this setting and click the double click, and now I'm just scroll down. Okay, so here and inserted app. So now look up at the inserted app list and add for the app. So here just add for the my app is hello. Okay, is a single condition inside created for the hello. Okay, so now this completed and save. So in the session created for the change in app, and I'm just going for, so I'm again save this. Okay, save, and then setting is save, then going for the my save. Okay, so here I'm just opening for my new terminal and just type for is the command for py dot manage dot py, and type for is the migrate. Okay, it's a migrate typing, and then waiting for in this. Okay, perfectly applying for is the user in this initial applying session for the initial for the. Okay, the length. Okay, is the once more is the auto record content type. Okay, in this piece is all piece product this output. Okay, is the produce. So in this session I'm just start for server by navigating in the hello in the my is the hello folders and execute these commands. So first of all, insert create for the command is py, and type is manage dot py space create for the run server. Okay, the run server created. So I'm just again take it by manage.py and the run server. So press the enter and just waiting for in this the URL. So it's perfectly printed for in this the URL, and this URL for copy and going for the my web browser. And here is open for the new tab, and here paste. Okay, in this paste, and I'm declare for the folder name is the hello. Okay, so now in this session just create for the hello and press the enter and see the output is the hello the Django, and welcome to my first in the new first Django project. Okay, so this is the output. So in the session I'll just completely created for this. Okay, so in this the Django project completed created for the template. So I hope you enjoy in this tutorial. So thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's new tutorial. So today I'm creating for the Django development for is the model. So in this session, explore the power of the Django models and the backbone of database interaction in the Django. So stick around as we break down the essential and the unleash the potential of the models in your Django project. Okay, so now importance of the models in the Django. So the Django models are define the structure of your database table and provide and the abstraction layer for interacting with the database. Okay, so they make it easy to restore, retrieve, and manipulate data in your Django applications. Okay, so in these the Django models, the output has been static data from the Python or the HTML template. Okay, so now we will see how Django allows us to work with the data and without having to change or update a file in the process. Okay, so in the Django data is created in object. So now I'm create the models and in activity tables in the database. Okay, so first of all I'm create a table. So create a model, navigate to the models.py in the piles of hello folders. Okay, in this hello I create for the folders. Okay, so in this create the file is then models. Okay, models.py. Okay, so now in this file are created. Okay, so here in this file folder is already exist. Okay, so now in this model.py I'm just going for in this. Okay, is not a test, is the models.py. Okay, so here in this the pinning for the model.py, and now I'm create. Okay, so here I'm just open for in this the hello folders and create for the members, and is in these the models describe a table of fields in. Okay, so first of all, here is t is the from is the Django.tv and import for the models. Okay, so here I'm just create a model here in this line. So first of all, I'm create is a class. Okay, and then create for the table name is the member. Okay, it's the member. Okay, so now create for the member table, and now I'm create for first is the parenthesis, and inside create is the models, and just create for the module. Okay, so now this create clone, and then I'm going for in the next step. So first of all, I'm create is the first name. Okay, and then create is equal. So first of all, I'm type is the models dot is a character field. Then also type is the maximum length is the 255, and then again create for is the last name. Okay, so last name is equal is the same process is the models dot create for the character field and create the parentheses. Okay, so now type for is the maximum length is 255. Okay, so now here in this created for in this field for the first field is the first name, a text field, and will contain the first name of the members. Okay, and the second field is the last name, is also the text field with the members of the last name, and both for the first and last name is set for the have a maximum of 25 characters. Okay, so now in this code save. Okay, and just going for the is next step, and now when you have described a model with the models.py file, and must run a command to actually create the py is the table is the database, and now navigate. I'm going for in this the hello folder and run the command. Okay, so now I'm opening for the new terminal and first create the command. Okay, so first of all, I'm just type for is py, then create is a manage dot py extension, and create for is a make my gracious. Okay, so create for my manage.py, and type for is a make migration, and type for the my app name is hello. Okay, so now created for in this, and then press the enter and just wait it. So here is a perfectly opening for the my hello is will result in this output for this code. Okay, so now I'm going for is a Django create a file is describing for the changes store with a file is the migrations folders. Okay, so now I'm going for in this the migration folder, and here just create a project. Okay, so now first time create is the file, so a file extension is one, and create for then underscore is this here is a t. Okay, so I'm just searching, and here this file I'm just opening. Okay, so now in this okay, so now in this session is the from is a Django trip in the migration. Here is the module, and now it's all is create the class for the migration is a true. Okay, so now I'm just going for in this session. Okay, so here is created for the create module, name is the number and is the field. Okay, so and I'm just scroll down, and here is created for the ID. Okay, so it's the ID for the primary key use, and the serialize the false, and verbose name is the ID, and then also created for is this is the first name and is the character and the last name. Okay, so in this session for create and ID field for is the my ears table, and is create the auto increment for the number, and suppose the get record gets the value 1 and a second record is 2 in this. Okay, so this is the default behavior of the Django. You can override by the describing your own ID field. Okay, so in this table is not created tools, so you will have to run one more command. Okay, so the Django is will create an execution and the SQL statement. So based on the content of the new file in this the migrations folders. Okay, so now run the migrate command. Okay, so here now I'm going for in this command session. Okay, so here is the save, and then okay, here's the so now okay, so here first time type the command is the py. The type is manage.py extension, and its simply type is the migrate. Okay, so now it's created for the migrate, and press the enter, and you see this the output for is applying for initially is okay. Okay, is running the migration. So in the session, and then create a member table in for your my database, and now I'm you for the SQL. Okay, so as a slide for you can view the SQL statement that were executed from the migration, and all you have to do this running this command and with this migrations number. So in this session just going for the terminal, and here type firstly is the py, and again type is manage.py, and type for the SQL. Okay, SQL migrate, and also type the members. Okay, members, and then type for is the is type triple zero one. Okay, so is the SQL migrate created for the member in this. Okay, okay, is the table are created, so create a models member are created for is create table is the help member, so is created the ID for integer not null is the first name, and is the worker for 255 is not, and last name is the worker is perfectly printed for in this the SQL. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this tutorial. So in this session just create for the master the art of Django models, and they are the backbone of your database and providing a structure and flexibility. Okay, so thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's Django tutorial. So today I'm creating for is the data manipulations, and in this session I'm just explore how to insert data into your Django models and using the insert data. So they stick out as we break down the essential and emperor you to seamlessly manage your data in Django. Okay. So importance of the inserting data in the Django modules. So the inserting data allows to populate your database with the information and making your Django application dynamic and functional. Okay. So either it's the initial data uses the generated content or data from the external source. Okay. So and the Django makes the process straightforward. Okay. So now in this session, the insert data created for the add record session. Okay, so previous tutorial created for the member table. Okay, and now we will use a Python interpreter and use the Python shell and to add some members to all. Okay, so now open a Python shell and type the commands. So I'm going for the terminal and open for the new terminal. Okay, so here first time type is the first command is a py, then manage.py, and now create for is the shell. Okay, so here in this command created and just press the enter and just wait it. So this is the first step is completed for the it is the shell for the Python. Okay, so now we are in the shell for the result should be something is like this. Okay, so now I'm going for in this the next step. Okay, so here the type for is the another command. Okay, so here I'm just create is from and my app name is hello. Okay, hello dot use the models and also use for import the member. Okay, it's the member table. Okay, so this command created completely. Okay, just press the enter and wait is the open for the next command. And in this station, just press the enter and write this to look at the empty member table. Okay, so now I'm say create for the next step commands. So I'm just type is the members. It's the member dot create for the object. Okay, objects dot all and the in this method. Okay, so now here I'm just press the enter and this should give an empty query set. Okay, so this is the like this. Okay, so here is created, so is a member object because previously in this command uses and now is for the members object is point. Okay, so now it's not matter. So now in this QuerySet is a collection update from a database, and now add a record to the table and by executing the two lines. Okay, so here I'm just type for this. Okay, so first of all type is the member. Okay, member and is equal, and now I'm type for the table name is member, and then first create is a first name. Okay, first name, and here I'm use the equal. The first name is use email. Okay, is the email, and now I'm disclose the single conditions, and also use for the last name. Okay, and the last name equal use for the last name is ref. Okay, so now in this I'm closing for the parentheses. So in this command created and then going for the press enter, and here I'm type for the member save method. Okay, it's a member dot save, then create the parentheses opening and closing. Okay, so now here in this command for enter, and is execute for this command. So now is create a further member table. Okay, so here in this session is the member table created, and then I'm again type for is the table name as member, and then type for is a dot, and then type is the objects. Okay, objects, and create the all, and then opening closing parenthesis, and also use a dot values. Okay, and create the parenthesis. Okay, so here in this execute this command and to see if the member table got a member. Okay, so now just press the enter and see in this the member table created is the QuerySet false printed is the ID one, and the false name is the email, last name is Rave, and secondly printed for the false name is the email, and last name is Rave. Okay, so here this is the output, and now choose for the add multiple records. So you can add the multiple records by making a list of the member object and execute for dot save on this entry. Okay, so here first of all type is the members one. Okay, is member one, and create the equal, and the table name type is the member, and here first use the first name equal the single quotation inside, and the first name declare is this Smith, and is the closing, and now I use the last name. Okay, and then equal, and create for the single quotation inside is the ref. Okay, so now closing for the parentheses, and then I'm just going for in this next step and create for the other member is the member 2, and equal create for the table name is the member, and first create is the first name is equal single quotation inside create the Bob. Okay, and closing, and I'm also create so here in this single quotation, and it's comma then create for the last name equal, then last name create is the ref. Okay, and then single quotation, and then closing for the parentheses. Okay, so now I'm create for the ounce more record. Okay, so press the enter and just type is the member 3, and is equal create the table name is member, and also type the parenthesis, and here I'm typing the first name is equal create the single quotation inside is create the Johan, and then single quotation is complete, and then also type is the last name is equal, then single quotation inside create is the ref. Okay, so now here in this the table record created, and then I'm just going for in this next step, and here type is the member list. Okay, so now just the type is the members. Okay, so here in this station just type is the members list, and then equal, so now index inside first type the member 1, and also create is the member 2, and then create is the member 3. Okay, so now these index are created, so now I'm just going for in the next step, and here I'm use for the for loop for x in the members list. Okay, and then clone and create. So here just type for is the x dot save and create the parenthesis, and here in the session is the for statement is the, so here in this for the comment. Okay, so here in this the for loop, again type for it this code, and just mistakenly change for the app name. So here I'm already inserted create for the app list. So now in this session, again type for the member table. Okay, is the member, and then create for is a dot, and then objects is the objects, and create for dot, and also type is the all method, and then last one type is the values. Okay, is the values, and create for the parentheses. Okay, so now here in this the comment created, and just press the enter, and see the output is perfectly printed for the output. Okay, so here there are the 3 members in the member table. Okay, so first one is create ID1, and this ID2, and last one ID3. Okay, so it's perfectly printed in this session. Okay, so now in this tutorial, I'm just create for the inserting data into the Django models, the new terminal. So in this, either you are create a member table inserted the once more data. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this tutorial. So thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. So today I'm creating for the Django data management once again, and now I'm focused for the updating data using the update.py extension. So still around as unravel my stories of updating the data in your Django models. Okay, so the updating data allow you to keep your database the current and the reflecting change in your application. So either use the correcting errors, modifying details, or adapting to volume requirements. So the Django makes the updating data average. Okay, so now in this session, I'm just create for the update records and update records that are already in the database. Okay, so we first have to get the record, and we went to update. Okay, so first time just going for the terminal and open for the new terminal. So here first time type the from, and now type the app name is hello, and then create a for is a dot models, and now I'm import for the member table. Okay, the member table, and then I'm just and retake for in this command. So from hello, then models the and import the members. So just press the enter, and here's the models for then create. So first of all, the from. Okay, so here. Okay, so first I'm open for the Python's shell. Okay, so here py and space manage dot py, and then shell. Okay, so now press the enter and just wait it and open for the shell. Okay, so now I'm just going for this step and create the command again. Okay, so now again type is from, then type is the hello. Okay, and then create for the models, and also type is the import for the member table. Okay, is the member table, and press the enter and perfectly opening for the next command. So here I'm just type is the x is equal, and create for the table name is member, then type for is a dot, then objects dot all method, and create just update for the table 1. Okay, so first time type is the 1 and press the enter, and here now X will represent the member of the index 1, and which is the index 1 use this time, and make sure. So let's see if that is correct. So now first time here is a type the X dot change the first name. Okay, the first name is created and press the enter, and first name use the email. Okay, so it should give you this result. So use for the email. Okay, so now I can change the values of this record. Okay, so here a first time type is the X dot type is the first name. The first name equal, then a double quotation inside create for the name is Mary. Okay, so then press the enter, and here it just say for the X value, so X dot same extension. Okay, so now here in this the save X dot save, press the enter, and now execute this command. Okay, so here I'm just a type for the members object. Okay, so and this command is created, and if you see the member table is got updated. Okay, so first of all type is the member, and then type is dot for object is the objects, then use for all, and then create the parenthesis, and also use a dot is values, and create the parenthesis. Okay, so now this the last space, the command I'm completely created, and then going for the in the press the enter, and see the output. So here in this station use for the members, and is the hopefully the result will look is okay. So now in the station I'm changed for the email. Okay, so because the previously updating for the result, so the first name is previous name is the email. Okay, so here is a change for the first name is the Mary, and last name is the ref. Okay, so this is the output is created for the result. Okay, so I'm used for the index 1. Okay, so in this session I'm completely created. So now the create the updating data in the Django models, and either you are using for the QuerySet or modifying this specific field, and you are equipped to keep your database in scan with your applications and needs. Okay, so I hope you enter in this tutorial. So thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's new tutorial. So today I created for the another crucial aspect of Django is the data management for the deleting data. Okay, so a tool of our choice. So you might delete data for the Python script. So stick and we unravel my stories of the removing data from your Django models. Okay, so now the importance of the deleting data in the Django models. The deleting data allow you to maintain a clean and organized database. Okay, so now removing for outdated or unnecessary information. So either is cleaning up after testing or handling user data. Okay, so in the Django provides powerful tools to ensure the data management in the top nodes. Okay, so now in the session is starting for the delete record. So to delete a record in a table, by start by getting the record you want to delete. So first of all type is the form, and create for the app name is the hello dot create the models, and also create for the import the member table. Okay, and then press the enter, and here I'm use for the x is equal create the member is the member, and dot create for the object. Okay, objects dot all, and method and type for the index inside delete method for is 3. Okay, and now close for the index. Okay, so here just press the enter, and now in this session I'm just create for the x, and will now represent the member at index 3. Okay, so here I'm just type for is x dot create the first name, and then press the enter and show the index 3, which is the name is Bob, and but to make sure it see how if that is correct, so it's correct, and this should have the give you the result. So this first name is Bob. Okay, so now I can delete for the record, and then type for the command line for x dot use the delete method. Okay, is a delete, and then parentheses, and click for the enter, and here is the print the ID and the first name. So here use for the delete is the 1 and the member. Okay, so now here's the result for in this output, in this input. So now in this session and created, so which you tells to us how many items was deleted and from with the model. Okay, so if we look at the member model, and we can see that the Bob is removed from the model. Okay, take it as a first time type is the member, and then create for dot and the object, and also type for is the all method, and again type for is the values. Okay, and then parentheses. So now I press the enter, see output which is not stay for the Bob is the first name is ID, 1 is the email, and 2 is the Mary, and 3 is the Smith, and is ID's file is not declared. So here is not stay for the first name is Bob. Okay, so it's perfectly delayed for in this the table. So here the session is perfectly deleting data in the Django models, and either you using the QuerySet removing specific models, so you are equipped to keep your database clean and organized. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this tutorial. So thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's new tutorial. So today I'm creating for into the dividing the world of the Django models and how to update them and our tool of our toys. So here in this session I'm creating for the update model, then Python scripts stick, and as we are unraveling the my stories of the updating models in your Django project. Okay, so here the updating models allow you to add up to changing requirement and correct error and ensure your database are accurately so reflect your application state. Okay, so now in this session I'm just to add a field to a table after it is created, and open the model.py file and make. So now I'm opening for in this file. Okay, so here in this code I'm previous tutorial created for the model section. Okay, so now I'm create for the update this model. Okay, so I'm already created for the class member and use for the to data. Okay, so here I'm also use for the another record created. So now I'm just create for is the phone number. Okay, in this phone and then use equal, and then create for is the model dot use the character field, and also use thumb not use the character field, and here I'm use for the integer field. Okay, so it's the integer. Okay, so this integer field created and create for the parentheses. Okay, so now I'm going for is the once more record created. So here I'm just to add for the joint date. Okay, is the joint the then create the underscore, so the date. Okay, so now this created, and just I'm create for the equal type is the models dot this use for the field is a date field. Okay, is the date field. So now I create for the parentheses. Okay, so here in this code created the inserted for the another add records. So now this save, and here as you can see, so you want to for add phone and join date to my is the model, is a member model, and this is a change in the model's structure, and therefore you have to make a migration to tell is Django that it has to update the database. Okay, so I'm going for my terminal, this new terminal open, and here I'm use for the command. So first of all, type is the py, and use the manage.py, and type is the make migrations. Okay, is the make, then again type is the mine is the migration. So I'm take for is again make the migration, and also type the table is the app name for hello. Okay, so now this created, and just press the enter, and here please in case so your result is a prominent, because here is the p, and I try to add this field, and that are not allowed to be null. Okay, so to a table that is already contained in this record. Okay, so now I'm going for in this the next step, and here in choose for the is select for the 2 and option 2 and open for the again it is the stay for the model.py again, and allow to null values for the 2 new fields. Okay, so here in this select is selected for the option 2. Okay, so now in the session for okay, so now I'm is going for the model.py, and here in this 2 field declare for the null value. Okay, so first is going for the info record. So here use for the null value for is the true. Okay, is a 2, and then going for in the next record is a joining date. So here create the again null, then insert for the true record. Okay, so now this code save. I'm again, so here's a make sure to migration again. So again type for is a py, and type is the manage.py, and also type is the make for migration, and table name is the app name is for hello. Okay, so now just again take for in this the command. So first type is the py and manage.py, then make migrations for okay, and this is the table name for the hello. Okay, so just press the enter, so and just wait, so here which will result in this. Okay, so in the session is a migration for the table is the hello, and add for is a true field. So first is add is a joint date, and then table member table, and then add for the phone in this table. Okay, so now in run the migrate command. Okay, so in the station I'm run the migrate command created. So first is type is the Python, and again type is the manage.py extension, and then simply type is the migrate. Okay, so just again take for in this command supply, then manage.py, and then type is the migrate. Okay, so another press the enter here, which will result in this the output. Okay, so it's created for the applying the members is a joining date, and the phone is the okay. Okay, so now I'm going for in this next step and create for the insert data. So we can insert data either through the two new fields or with the same approach as we did in the update data table. So first we enter the Python shell. So now I'm just type is the py, and type is the manage.py, and then type for is the shell. Okay, so now just press the enter, and here is opening. So now you are in the shell, and the result should be something is like this. So next step after, so at the bottom for the after is a 3 and is the greater than the right following for the is line. So first time type is the form members. Okay, from create for the app name for hello, and just press for dot create is the models, and then type is the for again import for the member table. Okay, is the member, and press the enter, and is opening for the new command, and now type for is x equal, then again type for the member, and create for is a dot for our objects, and create for is a dot is again all method that index use for the 0 is the empty. Okay, so now I'm press enter here. I'm just type for x dot is the phone record, and is equal. So suppose use for the phone number for is something is okay. So now this phone number is type is random, this sample. So I'm press the enter, and then again type is the x dot joint date. Okay, there's a joint date, and create is equal. So the single quotation inside create is the 2023, then type is the is 12, then also type for is the 10. Okay, so declare for in this the date, and then say for in all records. So now I'm just type for the x dot is the save method. Okay, so now in this all record created and use the save function, and press the enter, and this will insert a phone number and a date in the member model. At this for the first record of the 4 remaining records will the now. So now it's left empty. We will deal with them later in this session. So execute for the command and to see if the member table is got updated. So first of all, type is the member, and then type for is a dot for object. Okay, objects, and create for is dot for all method, and again type for is the values. Okay, and create the parentheses. So now just press the enter and see the output is perfectly printed. So here is the phone number, and joining date is all table is the member table created for all rows. Okay, so if the ID one is created, the phone number and join date. Okay, so it's perfectly in this model, the member table is updated. Okay, so here in the session, I'm completely created for the updating models in the Django. So either is individual field, so for use the foreign key relationships. Okay, so you are equipped to keep your models in the scan with your applications need. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this tutorial. So thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. So today I'm creating for is the Django is the development of preparing a template and views. So our aim is to create a dynamic and the interactive web page. So join me as we explore the essential of a template creation and views in the Django. Okay. So now in this session, for the templates is defined how your web page look and what it views for handle, and the logic is behind user pages. Okay, so together they form the backbone of dynamic web applications. Okay, so in this session, first create a template. Okay, after creating the models and with the fields and data, so we want in them, and it's a time to display the data in our web page. Okay, so now it's starting by creating an HTML file name. So here I'm creating for the, suppose the names is the all members, and the HTML at the place for the template folder. Okay, so now I'm already created for in this template, and now is here is create another file. So now I'm going for, and here just type is the file name for all underscore is the members dot html. Okay, so now press the enter, and they're completely created for the new file. Okay, so here I'm just type for the HTML format. Okay, so now this creates for the HTML format. So here I'm just created. So first of all, type is the heading. Okay, so now I'm use for the heading the H1. Okay, and then closing. Okay, so as the H1. So now complete in this tag, and now here inside created, suppose the name is members. Okay, so now this created for the members, and then I'm going for is the unordered list created. So now create UL and closing, and again a list, then create for UL and closing. Okay, so now this created, and here inside created the code. So first of all use the double is percentage inside the brackets, and inside create for the HTML document. Okay, so first of all create the curly braces. Okay, and then type first time type is the percentage, and then create for the here is a type for, okay, a for loop, and create for x in, then type is for my members. Okay, is my members created, then is complete for in this line, and now here inside just create for the list. Okay, so now this list tag created, and in this tag inside just a type for is curly braces opening and closing, and then here inside again type for the opening, closing, and curly braces. So now first type is the x dot is a first name. Okay, and then type for is the another curly braces, Okay, so in this insert, just type for is x dot last name. Okay, so in this section I complete, and then I'm last one create for the ender. So then I'm going for in this list, and then type for the curly braces, and first type is the percentage, and then here I'm insert created for the end for. Okay, then now close for in this. Okay, so they are double pen curly braces remove. So now in this station, firstly created is the Django tag stealing for the Django to perform some programming logic, and insert this brackets. Okay, so then you will learn more about for the in the Django tag. So in this session, I'm just going for the next topic, and now here I'm create for the modifying views. Okay, so now in this code I'm save now. So in this station, the next topic for is the modifying view, and need to make the model data available in the template. Okay, so this is done in the view. So in this view, you have to import for the member model and send it to the template like this. Okay, so now I'm just going for my app inside for is the hello, and then hello inside I'm open for is the views. Okay, so this views dot py, okay, is opening, and then it's here is previous tutorial used for in this code, and now I'm just simple edit and add and remove for this code. So now I'm here. First is import from dot model. Okay, is the models, and then import for the member. Okay, is member, and then is import a file and complete it, and then I'm going for in this div hello request inside. Okay, so in this session is a first is the template. Okay, so now then use for the return. Okay, so first time in this station add the my members. Okay, so create the my members equal type for the member. Okay, and then also type is a dot create for the objects, and then create a dot all, then parentheses, and again type for is the values. Okay, and then is the parentheses created. So now I'm going for in this template, and in this later for get template, and now I'm here is remove for in this. So first of all in this for remove, and then I'm add for, so now I'm create for new file for all underscore members dot html. Okay, so now here in this created, and then I'm going for in this the next line, and here I'm type first is type is the context. Okay, it's context, and then is equal. So now simply type for is the curly braces, and curly braces inside single quotation inside create the my members. Okay, and then create for the clone for my members. Okay, so now this line creates completely, and then I'm going for in this return for HTTP response, and then here I'm type for is the render method inside create for input first is the context, and then also add for is the request. Okay, so now this code created completely, then save this code. Okay, so now in this the members So first of all, I'm create a members or my members object with all the values of the member module. Okay, and this is my member module, and then list is a list for the all list function used for the all members. My new files all members.html template, and then I create object containing for the my members object. Okay. So send the object to the template and output the HTML that is rendered by the template, okay? So here in this session, I'm going for is the result. So you have created an example so that you can see the result, okay? So if you have followed and all steps, so on your own, so now you can see the result. So I'm going for in this the browser because first of all, I'm used for in the server. So now navigating for my folder and going for the template. Okay. So in this session, I'm just going for the terminal and open for the new terminal. Okay. So first of all, here I'm just type for the command and show and see for the result. Okay. So first I'll type the PUI, and then type is the manage dot PUI, and also type the run server. Okay. So now this created. So first of all, is a type for the py manage.py, and then also type the run server and press the enter, and just wait and opening for the new IP address. Okay. So here is opening for in this the starting for the development service the server. So now in this for copy. Okay, and then I'm just going for the browser, and here I'm just remove this and this new URL paste, and then create for the my app name for is the hello. Okay, and press the enter, and here in this the output for is show, see the template. So here in this for the get all member for the HTML. So okay, so now I'm open again for my terminal. Okay, so then going for the new terminal, and here is the type for the command. So first of all, I'm type is the py, then manage.py, and then type for is the run server. Okay, and press the enter, and it's opening for the URLs. Okay, so this session, so now this URL copy, and then I'm just going for in this, and I'm open for is the new tab. So now I'm paste and then type for is the hello. Okay, is the perfectly printed for the members for is the email Mary Smith and Johan. Okay, this is the output. So in this session, I'm just completely created and cover for the project, and instead of creating a basic template, setting up a simple view and connecting the template and view with the URLs. Okay, so I hope and ensure you're understanding each line of code, so give you the confidence to create a dynamic and interactive web page with the Django. Okay, so thank you for watching. Hello guys, welcome back to today's new tutorial. So today create for the Django world to learn how to add a link to detail in our web applications. So join me as we enhance our Django project to provide more interactive and the detailed content. So let's get started. So first of all, the links are connected different views and enable user to navigate seamlessly through your web application. So today we will focus on adding a link to detail and enriching the user experience. Okay. So first of all, I'm discussed is the detail template. Okay. So in the section for the web page will be added detail page, and where we can list more detail about a specific member. Okay, so now start by creating a new template. Call is used for the new template, and name is the detail. Okay, so now I'm going for in this template inside, and here I'm type for this the new file, and just type name for is a detail. Okay, is the detail dot HTML file, and press the enter. Okay, so perfectly opening for in this the detail. So here I'm just create for the HTML basic code. Okay, so I'm creating for in this. Okay, so in the section I'm first created for the h1 tag. Okay, so then I'm going for and create the h1 tag. Okay, it's a closing. So first of all, in this h1 tag inside, I'm create for the double curly braces. Okay, so first of all, I'm type is the my member is the my member, and create for is the dot for first name is the first name created, and then I'm opening for is the another curly braces. So I'm just space, and first of all I'm here I am type is the my members, and now I'm create for is the last name. Okay, the type is completely creating, and in this h1 tag complete. Okay, so now I'm going for in this next step and create the p tag. Okay, so p tag create completely, and p tag inside first time type is the phone. Okay, and then create for the double curly braces, and here inside first time is the my member, and then I'm just type is the phone. Okay, and in this p tag I completed, and then I'm going for is the other p tag. So now I'm p tag create. Okay, so now it's created, and then first of all I'm type is the member is the member since. Okay, then create the clone, and now I'm just the type is the double curly braces, and here inside the first time type is the my member. For here use for the member dot join is the join date. Okay, so now this p tag are created, and then I'm going for is the create another p tag. Okay, so now first of all here inside I'm type is the back to and use the a. Okay, for and then here anchor tag inside first time create the hyper reference. Okay, hyper reference use for then a double quotation inside. So first of all I'm type is the folder named for hello. Okay, and then I'm inside a type for the members. Okay, so now this created, and now I'm closing for the anchor tag. Okay, so here this code created completely, and now in this code I'm save. Okay, so here in the section I'm completely for the details for the template. Okay, so now I'm going for in this next level, and here then add link in the all member HTML. Okay, so in this list I'm sure for the clickable and take to the detail page with the ID of the member I click on. Okay, So now I'm going for in this all member .html inside, and here I'm type first of all is previously used for the in my members, and now here I'm just add for the link. Okay, so first of all in this list inside I'm type for the anchor tag. Okay, and now I'm use for the hyperlink reference use, then a double quotation inside create for the details, and then backslash, and also type for is the double curly braces. Okay, so here in this for the closing parentheses, and then a list then. So here type is the x.id. Okay, so now this created, and then I'm just going for in this last stage, and here I'm using closing for the anchor tag. Okay, so now this link add in this all members the template. So here in the session completed, and then I'm going for in the next step. So I'm in this code save, and it's a detail.html save. So now I'm create new view. Okay, so then create a new view in the view.py for in this the member is the hello. So I'm going for the views.py. Okay, so this, so here I'm create a deal with incoming request to the details URL. Okay, so first of all here I'm going for, and then in this code and previously uses, so I'm just stick is use a model, and then members, and use the template the context. Okay, so here I'm create for is the new request. Okay, so first of all I'm type, so in this just this copy. Okay, and paste for the next line, and just simple change is use for the hello. Okay, in this the details HTML uses, and in this the request, and also use for the ID. Okay, so now I'm going for in this use the my member only, the type for member object all. So here I'm use for object dot use the get method, and then inside just type for ID equal ID. Okay, so now this created, and then I'm going for in the template. Okay, so in this template I'm create the leader, the loader, and then get template, and here I'm use for the detail HTML. Okay, details dot HTML file. Okay, so I'm going for in this context, and now I'm change for here use the my members, and also use the my member. Okay, so this created, and then going for in the return for the HTTP response. So I here use for the template render, then context under request. Okay, so these are created. So now save this code, and in this station for in these details, first of all I'm guess for the ID arguments, and then use for the ID to locate the correct record in the member table, and load the detail.html for the get template, and create an object containing the member, and send the object to the template. Okay, so now in the session I'm output the HTML that is rendered by the template. Okay, so in this code created completely and save. So I'm going for the next station create for the add URLs. Okay, so Now you need to make sure that the details URL point to correct a view with ID as a parameter. So open for the URLs. So I'm going for the URLs for my folder is hello, and I'm open for the URLs.ui. Okay, so here I'm just opening and then create for the add in the detail view the URL patterns list. Okay, so first of all, here is used for only use hello, and now I'm here use first of all in this path. So then okay, so I'm again create for the new path. Okay, in this path, and then create the parentheses. So okay, so it's not okay. So I'm just remove. Okay, so first of all, I'm create for the folder name, and then I'm going for in the another path here created the path, and then also use the parentheses. So first of all, I'm type is the hello, then slash, then type for is the details, and also type for integer, and create a clone for ID. Okay, and in this for create for the single condition inside, so I'm just type is the single conditions. Okay, so it's completed, and then create the comma, and now I'm again type is the views, is the views dot create for the details, and also type for is the name. Okay, is the name equal single condition inside, I'm create for is the details. Okay, so now this code created it completely. Okay, last one is the indate for the comma. Okay, so here I'm created for in this the all code completely. So now save this code, and use again for this code, save. Okay, save, and URL save, and then details for this save. Okay, so now I'm going for in this the URL.py, and here I'm opening for my new terminal. Okay, and then I'm type for is the command. So first of all, I'm type is the py, and then type is a manage.py, and type is the run server. Okay, so here in this the command line are created, and just press the enter, and just waited. Now is open for the new URL. Okay, so here is the starting development server. So now I'm just copy this URL, and then going for my URL, my web browser, and here I'm open for the new tab, and just type, and here I'm type for the hello. Okay, so press the enter, is perfectly printed for is the members, and create for the URL. Okay, so first of all, I'm click for the email, is a type for the full numbers member, and back to the members. Okay, so I'm just click for the Mary. So the perfectly working in this the all member informations. So last one type is the, because I've not uses for the Johan ref is the number is unknown, and the members is none. Okay, so it's perfectly working for in this station. Okay, so in this session, I'm create a perfectly added a link to detail in my Django project, and enhancing is our most interactivity. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this tutorial. So thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's another tutorial. So today I'm creating for the elevating our web applications by adding a master template. So join me as we enhance code reusability and maintainability. So let's dive into the world of a master template in the Django. Okay. So first of all, in this master template server as the foundation for consistent and reusable layout, extra multiple pages, and they enable us to define the structure and styling in on place, promoting a clean and efficient design. Okay. So in the section 4 is the most important for the Django at master template. So in this for this listing of members and on both detail about members. So the template have a set of HTML code that are same for the both templates. Okay, so the Django provides a way of making for parent template that you can include all pages to do the stuff that is the same in all project. Okay, so starting by creating a template called the master. So name used for the template is a new name and create for the all necessary HTML elements. Okay, so now I'm going to stay for the ES code and I'm going for the template, and here I'm creating for the new file. Okay, so now I'm creating for the new file name is the master.html. Okay, so now I'm press the enter is opening for the new HTML, and here I'm create for the basic HTML tag. Okay, so now it's created for the basic HTML, and here I'm create the Django for the block tag inside for the title tag inside. Okay, so first of all I'm just create for here is the head. Okay, so head, and again is a complete for the head tag, and in this head tag inside first is okay, so then head tag inside first time create is the title. Okay, is opening for the title tag is closing. Okay, so in this title tag inside I'm used for the block tag created. Okay, so first of all I'm open for the curly braces, and first of all here I'm create for the percentage, and then type for is the block. Okay, so in this is a double that's remove. Okay, so first here I'm create for the block title. Okay, and then in this I'm create for the end block in the end block. Okay, so these are completely creating, and then I'm going for into the body tag inside, and here I'm just type for the curly braces, and then create for the block tag. Okay, so first of all I'm type is the parentheses, and then parentheses inside first time type is the block for content, block content, and then again create for in this the block tag. Okay, so if the parentheses and now type is the end block. Okay, the complete for in this tag. So now in this section just a block tag inside created the title element, and also create for the body. So here I'm use for the placeholder and telling for the Django to replace this block, and with content for is the other source. Now save this code. Okay, and in this section I'm going for the next step and creating for the modifying templates. Okay, so now in this use for the two template for all members template and all detail HTML, so I can use the master the HTML template. So this is done by including the master template with the block tag and inserting a title block and a content block. Okay, So I'm going for in this all members for. So here in this, so I'm stay for here, and then I'm type for in this falsely. So previously I'm created for the unordered list, and here I'm used for the URL. Okay, so now I'm going for in this the heading inside. Now type for the block code. Okay, create the curly braces, and then time for the percentage, and here I'm used for the block for content. Okay, it's content created, and then URL outside. Again a type for the is the curly braces, and then a type is the is percentage, and use for the and block method. Okay, so this created completely, and then I'm going for in this at the falsely. So here I'm going for the session. So first of all, I'm pin here the all members HTML, and then going for in this body tag inside. So okay, so here I'm just falsely type is curly braces, and then create for the $sign. And first of all, I'm here inside created for the S is the master, so I'm stay for all members, and extend for is the extend the file is the master. Okay, it's a master.html, and in this for extra this remove. Okay, so now I'm again create for the station is the color braces, and type for is the, and here type is the block, and also type is the title. Okay, so this created, and then going for here, and I'm used for the my new project. Okay, my new project, then a dash for create the list of all members, information. Okay, so now this created, and all members. So here these are created, and now I'm closing for this the block tag. So I'm create the curly braces and create the percentage, and here I'm use for the and block. Okay, so these are completely creating. Okay, so in this station completed for in this, and just save, and here I'm use for the in the station for all code to create for all members for the HTML inside. Okay, so in the session I'm just going for in this detail.html. Okay, so detail. So here here is again, and then so first of all I'm create for is the phone number. Okay, and here I'm use for the block tag. Okay, so first of all I'm is lost to starting, so then create for the block, it's the end block. Okay, and a block creating, and then I'm scroll down, and here I'm just going for in this first step, and sth1 tag type the curly braces. So here I'm type is the percentage, and then type is the blog for content. Okay, and it's created, and then going for indexation. So first of all, I'm just type for the curly braces, and then type for is extend. Okay, extend. So here type is parenthesis of is a module, and the type is the extend. Okay, so then use for the double condition. Inside just type is the master.html. Okay, so here these are completed, and then I'm going for in this the next step, and then I'm type for is again the curly braces and create the module, and just time is the blog for title, and then here just type is the details about, and use for the double curly braces, and inside type is the my member dot first name, and again type for the double curly braces. Inside create is the my member is the last name. Okay, so this created, and then and for in this the block code, and so first of all I'm type is the curly braces and create the module, and here I'm type is the and block. Okay, so this create completely. So here in the session are completed, and then save. Okay, so now in this session I'm create for is the all step are completed, and then going for my server. So in this code again save use then master is a save, and then all members is save. Okay, so at this for the detail for the HTML. So here I'm just open for my new terminal. Okay, so open a new terminal, and just a time for the command. Okay, so first of all type is py manage.py, and then type is the run server. Okay, and just press the enter, just opening for the new URL. Okay, so here is opening for starting for the development server. So now this for copy, I'm just going for the my browser. Okay, so here I'm just a type for URL, and then my folder name is hello, and then press the enter, the perfectly printed for in this member, just press the so in this output. So here is opening for in this the output. Okay, so it's perfectly working for in this the output. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this tutorial. So here I'm creating for and now add a master template for by Django project and promoting code reusability and consistency. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this tutorial. So thank you for watching. Hello guys, welcome back to another tutorial. So today I'm creating for taking a step further in your Django journey by adding a main index phase to our web application. So stay tuned as we enhance the user experience and create a welcoming entry point for our users. So let's get started. So index phase is often the first interaction a user have with for my site, and is set the tone and provides essential information and guides user to explore further. So let's make our engaging and user friendly. So in this session for basically the Django is the main index phase for in this the project needs a main page. So the main phase will be the landing page when the someone visit the root folder of the project. So now in this section, I am just to create visiting the root folder of my project. So now start by creating a template, and to create for is a new file. So scroll down. So I'm going for the template, and here I'm creating for the new file. Okay, so the new file name is for main.html. Okay, so now press the enter is opening for the my new file, and here in this main file inside I'm first is type the. So first of all, then type is the curly braces, and create the module, and then type for is the extend. Okay, so extend create for the dollar in the double quotation, and create the master.html. Okay, so now I'm going for in this the next line, and the type for is the curly braces and that module. So first of all, type is the block, then type is title. So here in this line created, and I'm create the title for my new project. Okay, so now create a for my new project, and then going for in the next step and create the curly braces and create the module. And so now I'm create for the end blocks. Okay, so this line are created, and then going for the next step I'm create again the curly braces and type for the module. So here I'm again type is the block, so now I'm type is the content. Okay, so in this created, and then in the session I'm use for the h1 tag. Okay, so first of all is use the h1, and then for h1 tag. Okay, so in this insert this code for copy in this message and just paste it here. Okay, so now create for the my members, and then going for in create another tag is h3. Okay, it's closing. So here I'm type for the members. Okay, is the members. So now I'm going for is the next line, and create for the p tag. Okay, is p starting and closing. So p tag inside I'm just type the message is take out information, take out information for all our member our, and then I'm use for the anchor tag. Okay, and then anchor tag inside I'm use for the hyperlink reference is equal create for my folder name is hello. Okay, and then type is /, and then here I'm closing for the anchor tag. Okay, so and this here I'm type for is the members. Okay, so now this created, and last one I'm just type is at the end block. Okay, so curly braces and then module and type for the end blocks. Okay, so this message created, this code are completely, and save this code. So since in this first step completed, and then I'm going for is create a new view. So then it's created a new view called a main that will deal with the incoming request to root of the project. Okay, so now I'm going for in this the views dot py. So just scroll. Okay, so this opening, and here I'm just scroll, and lastly add for the new request. So here firstly type is okay, so now here use for the depth, then type is the main. Okay, and the parentheses say inside create is the request, and then clone. So next line I'm type is the template. Okay, the template equal loader. Okay, and then use for the get for template, and then type for is the folder name is main.html. Okay, so this created, and then I'm going for, so here I'm type is the return, then also type is the HTTP reference, and then use for the parentheses, and inside I'm create for the template dot use the render function. Okay, so now this completed, so now this in this code save. Okay, so here just create for the main view and use for the load the main.html template. Okay, so here I'm create for the output HTML that is rendered by the template. Okay, so now I'm going for the new feature and create for the add URL. Okay, so now you need to make sure that the root URL point is the correct view, so this is the correct, and open for the URLs. Okay, so in this the URL open, and now in this file and add a main view to the URLs in this the pattern. Okay, so here first of all I'm use for the new because it's previously add for this details, and now I'm going for here and just type for is a new path and create the parentheses, and then use the single quotations, and also type is views dot type is the main. Okay, and then type for is the name equal single quotation insert type is main. Okay, so this created, so first of all is the path, and then type is the view dot name, and then single quotation inside. Okay, so these are completed. So here I'm just add for the main dot html. Okay, so now I'm going for the next step and create for the add link back to main. Okay, so here in this section I'm just going for in this the template, and then okay, so this code save and I'm going for the template and open for all members for HTML. Okay, so here is opening, so previously is extend for the master.html, and use for the title, and then use for the here for the blog content. So first of all I'm here is add for the another paragraph tag. Okay, so now I'm going for into the content inside, so first type is the p tag opening and closing p tag. Okay, so here inside was the is type the anchor tag a, and then closing for the anchor tag. Okay, so now this anchor tag created completely, and here first type is the okay in this for home. Okay, and now I'm use for the anchor tag for the hyper reference. Okay, the hyper reference is equal, then create for the double quotation, and then type is the slash. Okay, so these are completed, and in this for the same as for is all are the same as. Okay, so now this code save. Okay, so here in this code are completely, and then I'm going for the browser, okay, so now I'm open for the terminal. Okay, so now I'm type for the command. So first of all type the py, and then type is the manage.py, and then type is the run server. Okay, okay, press the enter and opening for the new URL. So here is open for the new server. So now just in this for copy and paste for my browser, and here I'm just is remove. So now is the paste, and type for is the hello for this my full app's name. So now press the enter. Is perfectly open for the home. Okay, so it's perfectly working. So my new project and use the members and take out information for all our members. Okay, so now I'm back for the members folder. Okay, so this is the output. So finally in this session I'm completely created. Okay, so it's a perfectly creating and successfully create for add a main index the phase to my Django web application. So it's are creating for user will now create it with welcoming page and setting these days for a great browsing experience. Okay, so I hope you're enjoying this tutorial. So thank you for watching. Hello, welcome back to today's another tutorial. So today I'm creating for the aspect of the web development and handling the infamous for 404 not found error in Django. So stay tuned as we create a custom 404 template to enhance user experience. So let's get started. So in this session for the Django is a 404 error happens when a requested resource is not found. So this could be missing for the URL or object that doesn't exist. Okay, so it's crucial to handle this graceful to provide the user with a helpful and user-friendly experience. Okay, so now I'm going for in this page not found station, and now I'm just does not exist. The Django is the direct you to build in a field that handled for the 404 errors. You will learn how to customize the 404 views later in this tutorial. Okay, so now just try to request a page that doesn't exist in the browser. So now I'm just going for in this the browser. Okay, so now I'm just copy in this URL. Okay, and now I'm just change it is something is name my folder name is suppose typing is randomly, and paste the enter is perfectly sure for the error is a page not found is 404 error. Okay, so this is the main error. Okay, so now in this session you got the first result and you're directly in building Django for 404 template, and if you got the second so here is error. So now I'm here in this error for the customize for 404 template. Okay, so now I'm going for the Django look for a file name. So I'm just going for the VS Code and then going for the template, and here I'm creating for the new file. So the new file name I'm just supposed to create is a 404 dot html. Okay, so now here in this HTML page are opening, and then first of all I'm just type the simple HTML tag. Okay, so in this, okay, so now and then I'm also create for the HTML. Okay, and closing. Okay, so now here inside just create for the is body. Okay, it's the body tag. Okay, so this body tag created, and here first of all I'm just type the title. Okay, title is closing. So here is not so now in this title I'm just create is the wrong. Okay, wrong address. Okay, wrong address, and then I'm going for in this the body tag inside. So Now extra express remove for, so first of all, body tag inside create for the h1 tag. Okay, so now in this h1 tag inside, so first time create is the suppose type is, so in this, so now I'm going for in this the next heading created, so now I'm used for the h2 tag and closing for the h2. So now here I'm just heading I'm used for the I cannot find the file you requested. Okay, you requested, and then in this for the h2 tag created completely, and now in this code I'm just save. Okay, so here in the session create for the code for the template folder. Create is the simple HTML file, and in this file inside I'm create for in this code. So now I'm in this code for save and just going for the URL. Okay, so I'm just open for the new terminal. Okay, so now here I'm create the is command manage.py, then create the run server. Okay, so now it's opening for the run server is address. So now it's create for the new address. So here I'm just type for the is for copy and then going for my browser. Okay, and then paste this URL and then type for my folder name for hello and press the enter. Okay, so here is then the refresh. Okay, so it's not working. Okay, so it's the same as so in the session for is the HTML tag is so I'm just going for is the setting. Okay, so now going for in this the settings section for my, okay, so the setting, so here in this for the remove, so I'm just is going for the scroll. Okay, so last one here in this the security select for the security warning. Okay, so I'm going for in this session, so then just scroll. Okay, so in this first of all I'm just here in this the type is okay, so now I'm going for in the setting.py, and here in the session I'm not declare now I'm declare. So now I'm in this session for which is the located in the project folder, and then the project folder is the my app, and have specified the host name from the user of the project. Okay, so now in this session for the set the debug property to the false and allow to the project to run from your the local host. Okay, so here I'm just type for the debug is the debug, and then type is equal create for the false. Okay, false, and then I'm going for is the next line, and here I'm type for is the allocated host, and then create is equal, then use the index for a single quotation inside create is the start. Okay, so these are created, and now I'm safe and just going for the folder for HTML. Okay, so here I'm open for the new terminal. Here and here then create for the command. Okay, so now type for is the py, then manage a dot py, and then again type is the run server. Okay, so these are created, and then press the enter and open for the new URL. Okay, so now this copy, okay, and then I'm going for my browser and open for the new tab, and here I'm paste for the URL, and now type for my app's name is hello. Okay, it's the refresh. Okay, so now this I'm just going for again, so I'm just again type for the link. Okay, the perfectly printed. So here in this my new project. Okay, so here the information. So the session are okay. I'm going for okay. So if you're understanding for the what is the 404 error. Okay, so in the session just create for the 404 error template and list it and debug to ensure and everything works as expected. So testing and debugging are the crucial step to make sure our user have a seamless for the experience event when the encounter. So I'm just again take okay. So I'm just going for my browser. Okay, so here in this, I'm just paste for the new URL. Okay, and then open for the folder. Okay, so in the session for is the not sure for this the error. Okay, so here the section for. So I hope you're understanding for the 404 error, and you are correctly customized for the 404 template for my Django project, and the user will now see a more user-friendly page when a resource is not found. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this tutorial and the most useful and insightful in this tutorial. So thank you for watching. Hello Django developers, so come back to today's another tutorial. So today I'm create for and explore how to add a test view in Django. So this is a crucial step for testing our application. So it's still turned, and we dive into the process of creating and implementing a test view. So now let's get started. So here in this session for why testing view is important. So because in this the testing view for ensure that our application logic and we have as expected and catch for error early in the development process. Okay, so and provides a safely need for feature changes and is a fundamental practice for maintaining a robust for the Django project. Okay, so in this session I'm created for the Django is as add a test view. Okay, okay, so now when the testing different aspect of Django, and it can be good idea to have the somewhere to test code without the destroying the main project. Okay, so now in this session that is optional. Also here I'm just to create for the Django for add a test view. Okay, so now I'm going for in this the Visual Studio, and here I'm start by adding a view. So now it's called for the testing and open for the views.py. Okay, so now I'm going for in this the my app for hello, and then in app inside I'm open just a views.py. Okay, so here in this the views.py are also stay here, and now just scroll down, and then in this code is previous tutorial created, and then going for in the last one, and here just type for the testing. Okay, so now first of all, type is the depth, and type is the tasting. Okay, is a tasting, and now create for the parenthesis, and inside create for is the request. Okay, so in this the request I'm created. So now I'm then create for the clone. Okay, so now I'm going for the next line, and here I thought type is a template. Okay, is a template, and then type is equal for the loader. Okay, it's a loader, and now I'm use for the get template, and here I'm just inside create for the single conditions is a template. Okay, is a template dot html. Okay, so here I'm just type for the template for is a dot html. Okay, so now I'm going for in this the next step, and here I'm just type for the context. Okay, is the context and is equal. So now I'm create for the curly braces, and curly braces inside I'm just add for the first value. Okay, so first is create the single condition, and a type is the first, and also type for the clone. Then here I'm use for the index. So first index just type for the orange. Okay, orange, and another first name for the blueberry. Okay, is the blueberry, and then also type for the first name is the banana. Okay, so now in this the first name are created. So here in this session just type for the first name, and here I'm create for the single condition inside. Okay, so now then again create the single condition and closing for this. Okay, so now here in this then value for created, and then create last one type for is the return. Okay, so return, and then also type for the HTTP response, and here I use for the template. Okay, the template dot also use the render method. So render, and then create the parentheses. So here I'm just type for the context, and also type for the request. Okay, so here in the session are completed. So now I'm going for is the next step. And then this code save. So here I'm just open for the URL. So we have to make sure that including for the URLs for the testing will be the rejected to the testing view. Okay, so this is done for the URLs .py function, and the file in the folder name is the hello. Okay, so now I'm going for in this the URLs for open. So here I'm just add for the testing view. Also I'm going for the URL patterns inside. So in this the 3 code I'm already created, and then going for in this the last line. Okay, so here add for the new path. So this path, and create the parentheses. So first of all I'm typing is the testing. Okay, and then create for the is for slash, and also type here is the views, and then use for the dot is testing, and then also type for the name. Okay, is the name equal type is a single. Again create the single condition inside typing is a testing. Okay, So here in this code are completely created. So now this code for save. Okay, so here in this URL section completed. So in this for I'm just scroll. So here in this template section, create for the once more files. Okay, so here in this template where we can play around with the HTML and Django code, you might notice that there was a reference to a template in the testing view. So now it's create a template call for in this the template for a call of now I'm create for another new file. So this name. So now I'm here right side click and then create for the new file. So the new file name is the template. Okay, the template.html. Okay, so here in this the file created, so it's opening for the template. So now I'm going for in this the template file inside, and here first create the HTML tag. Okay, so now this HTML tag this created, and now here first type is the block code. So then I'm create for the curly braces, and here first time create type is the module. Okay, so module inside first use the for loop, and then use for x in, then first name is the first. Okay, it's first, and then space. So I'm going for the next line is the, so here. So now in this section I'm also created for the heading, and now I'm used for the h1 tag. Okay, and starting and closing for h1. Okay, so here in this heading just create inside for x. Okay, so now type for is the double curly braces, and in this inside first time type is the x. Okay, so here in this created, and now I'm close for the block code. Okay, so again type the curly braces and inside create the module. So here type is the end for. Okay, in this for the end for. So now in this the block code created, and now I'm here use for the p tag. Okay, so it's opening and closing p tag. So p tag inside I first created this message for in views dot py file. So you can see what to the first. What the first variable look like. Okay, okay, so now this code created completely, and here in this section complete for the template.html code. Okay, so now I'm going for in this the server. Okay, so now I'm going for in this the new terminal. Okay, so again save for in this code. Okay, so view save, then save for URL, and the last one save for the template.html. Okay, so now I'm open for the new terminal, and here I'm just type for the command. Okay, so then type, so now I'm type is the py, and also type is the manage.py, and type is the run server. Okay, so here in this command is completed, and just press the enter and just wait and opening for the new URL. Okay, so here it is open for the starting development service. So now is the server. So now in this URL just copy, and I'm going for the my browser, and here paste for in this URL, and now I'm type for my app name is hello. Okay, so just press the enter, and is the refresh again. So here, okay, so now I'm going for in this. So now I'm change for the folder is name the tasting. Okay, tasting, and then press the enter. Okay, here's here in this for, and I'm going for in this. Okay, is the add for the once more. Okay, so now remove. So here in the template.html is add for the on small is the another module. Okay, so now remove for in this again save. So now I'm open for the new terminal, and then the type for again is py, then type is manage dot py, and also type is the run server. Okay, so now press the enter. So here is opening for the new URL. So now in this copy and going for my web browser. So here I'm open for the tab. So now paste for in this, and I'm type for the tasting. Okay, so now press the enter and see the perfectly printed for the output is orange and blueberry and the banana. Okay, and is the inviews.py. You can see what the first for variable is look like. Okay, so this is the output. So I hope in this tutorial I'm successfully created and added a taste view for the Django project. And testing views is crucial step in the Django development, and now you have the knowledge to do it effectively. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this tutorial. So thank you for watching. Hi everyone, welcome back to today's another tutorial. So in this session, I'm create for the process of creating user in Django. So stick around as we go through the steps and explore the necessary code to seamlessly add user functionality to your Django application. So let's get started. So here in this session, for understanding is the Django for user module. So the Django comes with a powerful user module that provides a authentication features out of the box. Okay, so we will leverage this module to create and manage user account in our applications. Okay, so in this session, just create for the Django admin. This point is use create user. Okay, so in this create user, to be able to log into the admin applications, we need to create a user. Okay, this is done by typing this command in the command view. Okay, so I'm going for my cmd and it's opening already. Okay, so here first of all just type is first is type the Python. Okay, so in the session first type is Python, and then type is manage.py, and also type is the create super user. Okay, create super user. Okay, so in this command created completely, press the enter and just wait for here is opening for the user name for is the left blank too. Okay, so here in the session I'm just create for first the username, and here in the session I must enter. So first is the username, the email address and password uses. Okay, so now I'm going for in this command. So I'm just a type here. So first of all, in this user type is admin. Okay, and press the enter. So here is opening for the email address. So suppose email address uses, so user @ gmail.com. Okay, so here's the randomly used for the email address. So now I'm going for in this the next step, create the enter, and now suppose this password user, so user at the rate. Okay, so here in this the user password created. So now I'm press the enter. Here is again type for the user. So okay, it's the created the user password. So and I'm going for the enter and just opening in the super user created successfully. Okay, so in this session, the super user created successfully. So the session are correctly, perfectly uses. Okay, so here in the session, I'm just completed for in this process and perfectly sure for the message, and you should have the successfully created user. Okay, so now start the server again. So here I'm just a type for the Python, and then create is a manage.py, and then type is the run server. Okay, so just press the enter and just wait it. So here is open for the new URL. Okay, so and is going for this address copy and going for the address bar. Okay, so here in this I'm just copy. Okay, and then going for my browser, I'm just open for the new tab. So here I'm press this URL and I'm just simply type for the admin. Okay, so here in this the admin are created. So now I'm press the enter and opening for in this, and now I'm use for the username for admin, and here I'm just paste right for the password. Okay, user at the rate. Okay, it's perfectly inserted password and click for the going in the login. Okay, it's perfectly opening for in this the Django administration. Okay, so here it's complete for the from, and it's correctly created for the username and password, and so this is the output. Okay, so here which it should result in this the user interface. Okay, so here in this created for the just type for the user. Okay, so here is use of for the one user for the admin, because the first time I'm uses for in this email, and I'm going for the groups. Okay, but I'm not declare here is the it's a group because it's the empty. Okay, so here in the session I'm completely created for the create user session. So in this session I'm just learned and how to create a user in Django, and in this session are completed. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this tutorial. So thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's new tutorial. So today I'm creating for the aspect of the Django for including a member in your Django project. Okay, so stick out as we explore the steps and code to seamlessly integrate a member feature into your applications. So let's get started. So here in Django is the member can be considered as an extended user with additional information. Okay, so this code includes details like a profile picture, bio, or any other information so you want to associate with your users. Okay, so in the session for the Django admin, and I'm create and include a file member. So in this session for the include member in the admin interface. Okay, so to include the member module is the admin interface, and we have to tell the Django that this model should be visible in the admin interface. Okay, so now I'm going for my apps folder. Okay, so here my apps is the hello, and this folder insert I'm just create for a new file. Okay, so in this hello folder inside, I'm create a new file. So in this file name is I'm just type the file name is admin.py extension. Okay, so now press the enter. So here in this the admin.py is already existed. Okay, so now I'm just choose for here. Okay, so py in this. Okay, so it's open. So here is already created because our first is the declare. So here in this admin is perfectly created for in this file. Okay, so here in this station, and now I'm open for it should like this opening for it with the admin.py. Okay, and so here I'm just create for my register models here. Okay, so now in this created for the admin interface here, and then now insert a couple of lines here to make the members model visible in the admin page. Okay, so here first of all is a stay for the Django control library admin, and here I'm create for the ons of library. So first type is a form, and then create a for dot is models, and also type for import member. Okay, it's member, and then I'm going for in this the registered your models inside. So here I'm type for is admin dot type is a site dot register, or add is member. Okay, so here in this code created completely. Okay, so now we will save this code, and now go back for my browser and search for the result. Okay, so now I'm going for my browser and just refresh this. Okay, it's perfectly opening for the members folders. Okay, so here in this section I'm completely created and see in this members. Okay, so now I'm click for in this member and create for the record. So just press the here is opening for the members is 5 members is already created is the member member object 1 2 3 4. Okay, so it's not 4 is a pi. Okay, so here in the session I created for the members. Okay, so if you like you choose for the better for is uses the first name last name. Okay, so as you wish. Yeah, so in the section for the list in this the screen created for the member object want to do is the case. So it's which might not be data you wanted to be displayed on the list. Okay, so I hope in this session for this can easily be done by the changing for some setting in this going for the models.py or the change for the admin.py files. Okay, so now in this session I'm completely completed. Just a simple topic for the including for the members in Django. Okay, so I hope this session are most interesting. Okay, so now in this session I'm just now learned and how to include a member in Django. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this tutorial. So thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's another tutorial. So in this session for dividing into a crucial aspect of a Django and setting field to display, so join me as explore the steps and code to the tailor and display of fields. So your Django project. Okay, so now let's get started. So here in the session I'm create and make the list display for more reader friendly. Okay, So now I'm going for my browser. Okay, so here in this section for the model and as a list for the Django is a display is recorded as the string representation of the record object. Okay, so please in our case increase for the member 1 and member 2 5 is one member, one member 2 is city. Okay, so it's created for the 4 members. Okay, so now let's go for this session. So now I'm changing for these to a more reader friendly format. So now I'm choose for 2 options. Okay, so first option is the change the setting representation function for the double dash string and method of the member module, and the second choice for the set the list details property of the member module. Okay, so now I'm just try for the first choice is to change the setting representation function. Okay, so now I'm going for my Visual Code Studio. Okay, so here I'm stay and now change for the string representation, and you have to define the string function of the member module. So now I'm stay going for the models.py. Okay, so here I'm going for in this file. Okay, so in this code and previous tutorial created. Okay, so now I'm going for in this session. So here is used for the changing the setting is a string representation function. Okay, so this time type is type, and then type is the double dash. So now I'm create for the string. Okay, as this one. Okay, so here is opening for in this. So first of all, so I'm used for okay, it's not uses so str and then use for this one. Okay, so here is opening for the depth and string representation function is a cell, and then going for return. So here I'm just a type first is type the is use for if and create for the double conditions. Okay, so this one is removed. So here just create for the curly braces opening and then create for the closing. So now I'm just change for here in this self dot first name. Okay, the first name, and then I'm create for the ones is another self. So create is the curly braces, and here I'm just type for is a self dot create the last name and closing for the parentheses. Okay, so this code created completely. So now I'm save this code. Okay, so here in this code for save, and I'm just going for my browser. Okay, that is the refresh. So here in this the cannot load. Okay, so okay, I'm going for here and then open for the terminal. Okay, so it's opening for the new terminal, and just type for the command. Here I'm type the py, then manage dot py run server. Okay, so now press the enter. So just wait it. So here is open for the new URL. Okay, so now I'm this copy and going for my browser. Okay, so here is opening perfectly. Okay, so now this here uses. So here is opening create for the first name and last name is the first name for the email and read, then Mary is the first name and Arif is the last name. So it's perfectly working for in this code. Okay, So first choice I'm created for the change the string representation function. Okay, so now I'm going for the second choice is the set list display. Okay, so you can control the fields to display by specifying them in a list underscore display property. So in the admin.py file, okay, now I'm going for the visual code. So here I'm just going for the admin.py, okay. So here I'm just first create a member admin class, and the specify for the list underscore display a tuple like this. Okay, so now I'm going for here. So in this first is a form module and input for the member. Okay, so it's created for the registered for my models. Okay, so now it's already created for the register is member. Okay, so now here is let's yet. So first of all here first type the class. Okay, and then type for the member admin. Okay, member admin. Okay, so this created and then create the parentheses, and here first time is the admin dot create for the module admin. Okay, so now create a clone and then going for the next step. So here I'm type for the list underscore display. Now then create equal. So create here the parentheses. So parentheses inside a first type is the first name. Okay, it's the first name. Then create for the once more is the last name. Okay, and then I'm also created for the giant date. Okay, it's a giant underscore date. Okay, so now this created. So now I'm going for my admin side. Okay, so here in this admin, so admin dot site register, and now create for the enter admin. So now I'm type for the member admin. Okay, so now this created. So now I'm save this code. So here this for created for the remember to add the member admin as an argument in the admin.site is registered previous. Example, create only the member, and now I'm add for the member admin. Okay, so now go to my browser and you should get this result. Okay, so the save on, and then I'm just going for the browser and it's the refresh. So here's opening is perfectly created for the first name, last name, because and the giant data and is the one data uses. So because it's a display show for the December 10 and 2023. Okay, is for the data not declared for the giant date. Okay, so here's because of empty. So in the session completed created for the set field to the display. So here in the session just learned and discuss and how to create and set fields to display in the Django for the admin panel. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this tutorial. So thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's new tutorial. So today in this session I'm create for the Explorer and how to update members in a Django applications. So now in the session for updating data is a crucial aspect of any web applications, and Django makes it a brace. So let's dive into the world of the updating members. Okay, so as your applications for involves for user may need to update their information, either is a change in contact detail of our profile information, providing a seamless that our update process enhance user experience and engagement. Okay, so in this session I'm just update for the members. Okay, so now we're able to create and update and delete members in our database, and start by giving them all data when they become members. Okay, so now just click the members and first members for email, and to open the record for editing and give him for. So now just this email open. Okay, and stay for here, and in this the first name, the last name is the created. So in the session just is back going. So here I'm just add for in this. So I'm suppose uses for in this Mary for open. Okay, so here is this opening, and then in the session I'm just a simple update. Okay, so now just open for in this the member change is the Mary rip. Okay, so now here I'm just change for this. So first of all, here is stay for this. So suppose I'm just add here add for the phone number, and add for is the joining date. Okay, so now just type for the phone number. Now add, so here I'm just for there is some randomly typing for phone number, and going for here there is data set. So now is the 2023, and then set for month 4 is 12, and date is 4/25. Okay, so now here is the add for the phone number, add for is the joining date. Okay, so now in this session I'm add for the two data. Okay, so I'm just click for the save and go back to the list of all members. So now save. So here in this the all members is back, and just in this the refresh. So here in the session for just a type for in this, so it's because the perfectly update for in this Mary for the first name and last name, and here is inserted update for the join date is the December 25 and 2003. Okay, so this is the output. So here is successfully changed for in this output. Okay, so in the session I'm completely created and repeat this step and keep all members for all members data and phone numbers, and add and so now I'm going for is again. So here I'm just a pin for this need. Okay, so here I'm just here is type for phone number, and again here is a type is a joining date. So type for is the 2023, and type for is a 12, and also type for is the 20. Okay, so now in this save. Okay, so it's in updated for in this Smith joining date, and last one type is the join is the opening, and here type is the first is the type for phone number. Okay, and then type is the joining date. So suppose type is the 2023, and type is the 12, and also type is 2000. So 2000 is 29. Okay, so now joining date created, just save. Okay, so here in this the all table is a row, then joining date inserted. So here I'm perfectly updated for in this the joining date. Okay, so I hope in this session I'm perfectly completed. Okay, so here in this the testing for the update process and the finalizing our implementation are complete. Okay, so now I'm successfully created and updated for view and template and handle from in this the updated submission for our database. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this tutorial. So thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's new tutorial. So today in this session, create and explore how to add the members to a Django application. So adding functionality in a fundamental step in the buildings any web application, and Django makes it easy. So let's jump into the process of adding members. Okay, so the most important of the adding members, because the adding members is the foundations of the user's engagement. Okay, so either this is for an online community, e-commerce platform, or any other types of applications, so allowing users to register and become members opens up a world of possibility. Okay, so in the session I'm at for the members and going for in this the Django administration panel. So now I'm just create add for a new member. Okay, so now I'm click for in the right side for the add member. Okay, so here is open for the blank. Okay, for the empty form where you can fill in the member. So now I can fill in the members all data. Okay, so for first of all type is the first name is Charlie. Okay, Charlie, and then type is the last name for the refine, and type for is a phone number is something. Okay, and then joining date for is the 2024, then 101, and date for is 15. Okay, so now press in this save. Okay, so here's perfectly add for a new member. So now I'm add for is the another member. So now type for is the member name, for is then type is the Vivek. Okay, and then type is the kernel. Okay, and here I'm just type for the phone number is okay. So now I'm here then joining date. So now I'm type for is a 2024, and then type is 01 is the January, and then date for each is 0H. Okay, so now save this. So here is add for in this member. So now I'm choose for another is once more member add. Okay, so now I'm going for add member and click this. So now I'm type for in this. So here I'm just type is the Puza, then use for the last name for then is right. Okay, so now I'm type for the phone number. Okay, so in this here I'm joining date type for is this, and just change it for the date. So here I'm using for the 26. Okay, so now these are completely, and press for the save button. Okay, so here is perfectly for is once more in this the complete for the member, and here I'm add for the 3 members is perfectly. Okay, so here in this session I'm completely created, and here is complete for total 7 members added. So now in this model I have perfectly created for the 7 members. Okay, so I hope in this session I'm completely created and discussed perfectly for. Okay, so in this testing for the addition process and finalizing our project implementation, I'm completed and successfully for set up a Django model and created, and here is a form and build a view to add a new members for in this session. Okay, so in this taste for the addition feature thoroughly and consider adding any additional functionality so based on your application requirement. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this tutorial. So thank you for watching. Hello programmer, and welcome back to today's another tutorial. So in this session just created and also explore how to delete members from Django applications. So the deleting functionality is maintaining a clean and organized database. And let's dive into the process of deleting members. Okay, so before we start with the code, so let's discuss why the ability to delete members is crucial for any web applications. So because it's for over time, the database can accumulate unnecessary data, providing users with the option to delete their accounts or entities helps keep our applications organized and ensure a smooth user experience. Okay, so the organization for the Django admin for the admin panel now delete for the members. So to delete any members, you can either now in the session for action. So now I'm just select for this one and choose for the delete session member and then go for okay. So here in this message for are you sure you want to delete two selected members, all of the following in this option related items will be deleted. Okay, so in the summary, once a member now I'm deleted. So now just type for press for the yes, I'm sure and perfectly is this member request is deleted. So now just press in this enter. So here in this for the select member section for the admin panel is not here, it's still here for the email in this the member request. Okay, so choose for is as wish, my wish change for the and delete the other members table. Okay, so now I'm just choose for in this. Okay, so I'm just select and then going for action, and here I'm just for delete selected members is selected, and then going for is go. Okay, so here is a pending for in this the delete object. Okay, so here I'm just click for yes and I'm sure, and in this record permanently deleted. Okay, so now just press enter. So here is a total for the 5 members here. Okay, so in this delete section completely perfectly deleted for the members record. Okay, so this session just for taste the deletion process, and finally delete for my project in the member record permanently deleted this record, and here in the session. So in the session I'm successfully set up and the Django model created a view and delete for in this the members. So in the test for the deletion, please feature is thoroughly and consider adding any additional functionality based on for your application's requirement. Okay, so I hope you in this session for the deletion I'm completely discussed, and then in this lab example created and perfectly deleted for the members record. Okay, so I hope you enjoy this tutorial. So thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's another new tutorial. So in this session I'm creating and exploring the use of variables in Django. So understanding variables in fundamental to building the dynamic and interactive web applications. So let's see into the world of Django variables. Okay, so in this session the role of the variables in the Django is play a crucial roles in the storing and manipulating data, and they allow us to create a dynamic content and enhance the interactivity of our web applications. Okay, so I'm going for in this Django template variables. So first of all, in this Django template, so you can render variables by putting them inside is create for the double curly braces in the brackets. So first of all, I'm going for in this the template.html. Okay, so here in this session, first of all, create here. So now this remove for in this the block code. So first of all, I'm create is h1 tag, and then inside first of all type is hi. Okay, and then create for the double curly braces inside type is the first name. Okay, is the first name, and then it's closing for the curly braces, and the outside type for how are you. Okay, how are you? So I create the questions mark, and I'm closing for the h1 tag. Okay, so in this session, I'm going for in this p tag, and here I'm create for the inViews.py. For you can see how to create the variables. Okay, so in this, so now remove and create for the how to create where the variables. Okay, so here in this now remove is a first paragraph line and created, and then I'm going for in this the next one, and now again type for the paragraph tag, and here first of all I'm type in the template dot html and use create for the message. You can see how to use the variable. Okay, use the variable. Okay, so here in this HTML tag created, and then now save for in this code. Okay, so here in this the HTML code created, and then I'm going for in this next step and create for a variable in view. Okay, so a variable is a first name is example above was sent to the template here as a view. Okay, so now I'm going for the views.py. Okay, so here I'm going for here, and then append for the views.py method. Okay, method. Okay, so in this step order views.py, and in this code I'm first created the okay. So I'm going for is state the views.py file inside. So in this tasting request add for the first name. Okay, so now I'm remove for in this the first name. Okay, so first of all here create for the single quotation create. Okay, and then type for is the first name. Okay, the first name, then create for the clone, and then use for in the single quotation inside the first name. Suppose create the first name is email. Okay, and in this code then completely created, and in this for the HTTP response for the same as. Okay, so now as we can see for in the views above, now I'm create object name context and fill with the data and send in the first parameter, for the template dot render functions. Okay, so here in this the views.py completed, and now I'm going for in this the next step and create for values in template. Okay, you can also create for values is directly in the template and by using for the module with the module template tag. Okay, so in this the variables is available until the module and with the tag appears. Okay, so I'm just going for in this template.html, and here now use a first in this line type for, then curly braces and type is module. So here type for width. Okay, and created. So first of all, in this double module now remove. Okay, and in this first of all, I'm here created with the first name. Okay, so type is first name, then create the double quotations, and here I'm type for the email. Okay, and then in this code completed, and now in this type code copy and paste for the in this outside for h1 tag. Okay, so now in this the create here for the variable in the template. So now save this code, and then I'm going for in the this view, and here in this code save. Okay, so in this section for the template and the variable created and the data from our module and is approached for how to use a variable in a template. Okay, so it's normally most of the internal data you want to use in a template so come from a model. Okay, so we have created a model in this session and create for the table name is hello, and which is example. So now gets from the member model, and we import for the views.py and extract data from in these the views. Okay, so now I'm going for in this the views. Okay, so here in this code I'm save, and then going for in the HTML. So now this save. Okay, so I'm just open for the terminal, so new terminal, and then here I'm create for the command. Okay, so first of all I'm type is py, and then manage dot ty, and type is also the run server. Okay, so now paste the enter, and it's open for the new URL. Okay, so just wait the processing. So here is opening for the new URL this one. Okay, so now I'm just in this copy, and I'm going for my URL and web browser. So here I'm paste for in this URL, and just type for is a tasting. Okay, and press the enter. So just wait. So here in this the first name for in this the email here is a node for email is a first name. Okay, so I'm just take for the first name this one. Okay, so I'm going for my VS Code and going for in this the member's name. Okay, so this node is all members here in this all members in information. So this one I'm just take the initial on. Okay, so now I'm here is open create for the command, and then I'm going for is again for in this URL. Okay, so just copy for in this URL, and then going for my browser, and here just paste for this URL, and now I'm typing for is the tasting. Okay, and press the enter, and perfectly print for is the highest need. Okay, how are you, and in this the two paragraph tag. So now I'm completely created for the variables in the view. Okay, so now in this section I'm also created for variables in template. Okay, so now I'm just going for in this the Visual Code Studio, and now I'm going for the HTML, then temple that is HTML, and I'm here type for is for the block code. So first of all, type is the curly braces, and then type is module. So first of all, module inside create the width. Okay, so now this for remove. First of all, here I'm type the first name, and suppose the first name I use for, and I'm take it again. So here is going, and then the choose for the first name is the Johan. Okay, so now type for is the Johan, and here the Johan I'm create for the double quotation inside. Okay, so now this double quotation created, and now in this for code the module for and with code just copy and paste for here. Okay, so now this is created for the variable in available for in this the block code inside. So now this code just save. Okay, and then I'm going for in this the vis.py. Okay, so here in the station I'm going for the vis.py. So in this here stay, and now here I'm created for data from a module. Okay, so now I'm created for the module in data. So first of all, I'm going for here in this perfectly add for is a module for is the member. Okay, so now I've used for in this the my member uses. Okay, so now I'm going for in this the testing side, and it's already created for the load or get template, and here is on the data created. So now here use for the my members. Okay, is the my members created, and then equal type for the member, and then create for the object for dot all, and then parentheses, and also type for the as a values functions. Okay, so now in this function I'm created, and then I'm going for in this the context station. So now I'm just remove for in this the first name, and here I'm type for the my members. Okay, is the my members created, and then here I'm also type for the my members functions. Okay, my members. Okay, so this code created, and for same as in this the return for HTTP response, and then template, and use for the render function. Okay, so now this code created, and the in this code save. Okay, so now I'm going for then the template.html. So here in this section, and firstly in this. Okay, so now take it for, so here in this station I'm created for the template. Okay, so I'm just direct going for the list. Okay, so here I'm created for the data members created. Okay, so I'm not used for here in this the h1 tag, and only uses for the unordered list. Okay, so here created for the members, and then I'm going for in this the template. So now this one just remove, and here I'm type only the unordered list. Okay, so it's closing for ul. Okay, So this completed, and in this code inside the first time create is the curly braces and then create the module. Okay, so first of all, now type for is a 4 and then X in for my members. Okay, it's my members created, and then I'm going for here in this node. So now the session created for is the list. Okay, opening and closing list. Okay, so list inside again type is a double curly braces. So and then curly braces inside first type is the X dot for first name. Okay, the first name. Okay, so this one is created, and then going for in this the last line, and again create for the curly braces and the module and type for the end. In this the end for. Okay, so in this extra module now I'm remove. Okay, so this one, and I'm use for the only on paragraph tag. Okay, so here I'm create for in this the inviews.py. You can see how to import. Okay, so now it's remove. So now type is how to import, and fit for members from the database. Okay, so now in this variable then paragraph tag created. So now in this code save, and again save for in this views.py. So this one save, and then just open for the new terminal. Okay, so here is open the new terminal, and just type for the command line. Okay, so first of all just type is py, then manage.py, and also type is the run server. Okay, now press the enter. So now it's opening for the new URL. Okay, so here in this session the template tag I'm also use for module in the loop through the members. Okay, so now in this URL I'm just copy and paste for my browser. Okay, so here I'm open for the new tab, and then paste also type is a testing. Okay, is a testing, and press the enter and publicly print it. For is the my total members record. First is me, Johan, Charlie, Vivek, Pooja, and the email. Okay, and sending this message for inviews.py. You can see how to import and fetch members from the database. Okay, so I'm perfectly created for the variables and a template and then data model. Okay, so in this session I'm just created and understanding how to work with a variable is a fundamental skill in Django development. Okay, so and experiment with a different scenario and this data for a more Django tutorial. Okay, so thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's another tutorial. So in this session I'm created for the essential aspect of the Django templating. For the template tag is understanding this tag owns up a full possibility for dynamic and interactive applications. So let's explore the world of the Django in the template tag. Okay, so the template tag are the special syntax in a Django template, so that allow us to perform logic, iterate over data, and make decision with our HTML template. Okay, so in this template for the provide the dynamic capabilities needed for creating feature-rich web applications. Okay, so now I'm just going for in this the template tags, and in the Django template it can perform the performing of programming logic like executing for the if statement and the for loops. So this keyword for if and for are called is both the template tag in the Django. So now in this session, I'm execute for the template tag with a shower rounded theme. I'm use for the block code for module, then bracket. Okay. So now I'm going for in this template.html. So here I'm use for the block code. So now I'm remove for the unordered list, and now I'm open for the curly braces, and here first type is if, and then type for, and first of all create for the module. Okay, and then module inside first of all type is if statement, and also create for is a greeting. Okay, and then type for is a double equal for 1. Okay, so in this the first curly block codes created, and this here inside I'm use for the h1 tag. Okay, and closing for the is HTML tag. Then here first I'll create the hello Django. Okay, and also in this first comma and next line I'm just closing for is closing before type for is again the curly braces, and create the module. Since the module inside I'm used for the else statement, and then is again type for the h1 tag is called for the HTML tag, and it's closing, and then first of all here type is the message for by. Okay, and then for closing the block tag first is again type is the curly braces, and then type is module, and inside I'm create for the end if statement. So this one created. So in this now I'm complete for the block code, and going for in this the p tag, and in this mess suppose message created for you can see for what the greeting variables look like. So this now remove. So new type for the message is what, then what the greeting variable looks like. Okay, this paragraph tag completed. So now save this code. Okay, and then I'm going for the views.py section. Okay, so now here I'm going for the views.py, and now I'm simply change for is opening for the deep testing request, and here I'm use now remove for in this my members. Okay, so it's used for the only template is a loader get template, and call for the template.html file, and here inside I'm only use for the greeting. Okay, the single question created, and then type for is the greeting, and then create for the colon for 1. Okay, so this created completely, and then in this code save as I'm going for in this the template, and open for the new terminal. Okay, so here in this session I'm just use for the template tag. So now I'm type for the command. So first of all type is the py, and then manage .py, and also type is the run server. Okay, and press the enter, and here in this terminal open for the new URL. So this one, and just I'm in this copy. Okay, copy, and then going for my web browser, and in this remove. So open for the new tab. Okay, and paste for URL, and just type for the testing. Okay, this testing and press the enter. Okay, so here in this the syntax error. So in the session for else, because I'm going for again my code editor, and here in this I'm again check. So first of all, I'm use for the e for greeting equal 1. Okay, and then a module, then type for is h1 tag. Okay, it's complete, and then going for in this else for this module and type for the in this. Okay, it's a closing and type for the end if. Okay, in this for same as then I'm again for in this save. Okay, so in this again save, and then type for the command for py, and then type for manage.py, and also type is the run server. Okay, so now in this command is opening. So here is open for the another new tab. So in this tab for copy is the URL copy, and then going for my URL, and then here just paste, and then type for the testing. Okay, and paste the enter. Okay, and publicly printed for in this the hello is the Django is view for you can see what greeting variable look like. Okay, so this one I use for the template tag. Okay, so in this session I'm created for in this tag. So I hope you enjoy in this tutorial, and it's perfectly explanation of the Django template tag, and they are powerful tool for enhancing fundamentality of a template tags. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this tutorial. So thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's another tutorial. So in this session, I'm create for the power of the conditional statement in Django template with the if else statement. So this is the fundamental feature allow us to make a dynamic decision within our templates. Okay, so let's dive into the world of if else statement in Django. Okay, so in this session, I'm create for the if and else tag for in the Django templates, and allow us to conditionally render content based on the logical expressions. Okay, so this is a powerful tool for is creating the personalized and responsive web applications. Okay, so now first of all, I'm create the Django is if tag. Okay, in this the if statement evaluate a variable and execute a block code if the values for is true. Okay, so first of all, I'm going for the template.html. So here, first of all, I'm create a simple code. Okay, so now in this code, now I'm remove. Okay, so here I'm create the block code. Okay, so now I'm create its curly braces and create for the module. Okay, so type for if, and also type for greeting. Okay, the greeting, and then use for the is conditional operator. So now double equal and 1. Okay, so now this created, and then going for here create the h1 tag. Okay, starting and closing for in this tag. So in this tag inside, first of all, type for is hello Django. Okay, and then I'm closing for in this block code tag. Okay, so now I'm again type for the curly braces and type for the module, and here I'm use for the and if. Okay, so this condition is created, and then I'm going for in this the paragraph tag. So here just type for the paragraph for you can see this is as Django. Okay, so now in this message created. So now in this code save. Okay, so now I'm going for in this the next step, and it is going for the views.py section. Okay, so now here I'm going for in this the testing side. Okay, so now in this testing side, template created for the template.html, and going for here in this the context, then type for is the greeting 1. Okay, and in this for the same as, because in this code previous tutorial is just so is the not edit, so use for in this the same code. Okay, so now in this code for save. Okay, and I'm going for in this template.html and open for the new terminal. Okay, so now type for the message is here opening for the command. So now type is py, and then type also is manage dot py, then run server. Okay, so now press the enter and just wait for in this the opening for the URL. Okay, so here is open for in this URL, and in this I'm copy and going for my browser and just paste here. Okay, and then I'll type for is testing. Okay, it's testing. I pressed the enter and perfectly printed for the output is hello is a Django. So you can see this is Django. Okay, so now this is output. Okay, so I'm going for is the next step create for the else if statement. Okay, so the else if statement cures say if the previous condition were not true, and then there is try this condition. Okay, so first of all I'm here create is the only if condition. Okay, so is on more created for the condition. So now I'm going for here. Okay, so in this line, so first of all type is the curly braces and create the module. Okay, so now I'm type for is the if. Okay, and then type for is the greeting for use the conditional operator, and now type is the true. Okay, so then here I'm use for the again for h1 tag. Okay, and closing for in this tag. So now here I'm just type for the welcome. Okay, it will come, and then it's complete for in this condition, and I'm going for the next session for is views.py. So this one save and going for here, and change for is creating for 2. Okay, so now save this code, and here is the my browser. Okay, so this the opening, so in this, so just copy. Okay, and paste my browser, and here just paste and type for is the testing. Okay, and press the enter and see the output is printed for the welcome. You can see this is the Django. Okay, so now I'm going for is last step is create for the else statement. Okay, so else keyword cat anything or isn't cat for by the presenting condition. Okay, so here I'm going for again the template.html, and then type for is the bones condition. Okay, so now again type for the curly braces, and then type is module, and here I'm use for the else statement. Okay, so now just type for the h1 tag. Okay, starting and closing for h1, and here simply type for is the goodbye. Okay, is good by guys. Okay, so here in this code, now save. Okay, so now I'm going for my file for is vis.py, and now here just change it. So now I'm use for the greeting for 3. Okay, so I'll save this code and just going for my browser. Okay, so here for this one is opening for this one and just refresh. Okay, perfectly printed for is good by guys. Okay, so this is the output. So in this session I'm completed, and also I'm using for the if is statement in Django template, and these conditional statements are your allies in creating a dynamic and responsive web applications. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this tutorial. So thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's new tutorial. So in this session, I'm create for the fundamental aspect of Django template. So for the for loops, okay. So this loop for empower us to iterate over the collections and display the dynamic content. Okay. So now explore the world of the for loops in the Django. Okay. So here in this session, first of all, understanding for the loops in the Django. So before we jump in this code, let's discuss the rules of the for loops in Django templates. Okay. So how they enable dynamic content in the rendering. Okay, so in this session for the for and for the block tags and in the Django template, and allow us to iterate over the collections like list, dictionaries, and the query sets. Okay, so this is a powerful tool for the dynamically displaying data on our web page. Okay, so here in this session, first of all, I'm going for the data module. So in this previous create for the module table is a member table for as once more member created, and only has now create here the 4 rows and each row create for is 3 columns. Okay, so now let's get started and create for the query set with a similar format as the. So now I'm first of all going for into the template.html. Okay, so now first of all I'm use for the for loops. Okay, so then I'm type for the curly braces and also type for the modules. Okay, so now I'm use for the for loop for x, and use for the folder name is hello. Okay, and then the next line I'm create for the HTML tag, use the h1 tag. Okay, so here in this first of all here inside I've created for the is x.id. Okay, so now I'm going for in this the next line. Okay, so here I'm use for the p tag. Okay, the starting and closing for tag. So now in this inside, first of all our type is then x dot first name. Okay, and also create for the last name. Okay, so here I'm create for is x dot last name. Okay, so now I'm create for the row is the full columns name. Okay, so now also uses for and for. Okay, so now I'm create the curly braces and use the module, and here I'm just type for the and for. Okay, so now this code created completely, and now I'm save this code and going for my views.py file. Okay, so here I'm just use a for in this testing for the request, and here I'm also type for the my members. Okay, so I'm type for is the my members. Okay, and is equal just type for is the member, then use for dot for objects, and use for the all function, okay, and then use for the values functions, okay. So here in this created, and then I'm going for in this the context inside, and just type for is the hello, okay, and then here I'm type for the my members, okay. So this one created, and here in this code now I'm save and just going for my browser, okay. So now I'm just take it, so now I refresh, okay. So the completely created for in this output. So this is the output for Smith, Johan, Charlene, Vivek, and Pooja, and the last one is the email drive, okay. So you can last print for, you can see this is the Django, okay. This is the output. So in this session I'm completely created, and then I'm going for the loops variable, okay. So the Django has some variables that are available for inside a loop for a for loop, and the counter and the counter for the 0 index, okay. And use for the for loop for first last, and then use of the parent loop, and then recover counter and recover counter 0, okay. So now in this session for is the all loop is not declared and discussed and created. So I'm just use for the 3 parts uses, okay. So first of all I'm just create the for loops, the counter, okay. So the counters is the operations for starting at 1, okay. So now I'm going for the template, okay. So here, and then first of all I'm just type so this takes this code and remove, and first of all use for the unaltered list, and closing for the unaltered list, okay. So now I'm going for here, and then type for the curly braces, and also type the module, okay. So here first of all I'm use for the for x, and in just use for the first, okay. Here's a first, and in this inside first of all type for is the list, okay. Starting and then closing for in this list, okay. So here type for is a double curly braces, and in this inside first of all use for the for loop, okay, and then use for dot counter, okay. Counter created, and is closing for in this list and last here type for is the end for block code, okay. So here in this type for the end for, okay. So this one is created, and this code I'm save and going for in this the views dot py, okay. So here I'm just remove for in this the my members code, okay, and going for in this the context, and then I'm just type for the first, okay. First, and I'm add for the some first name, okay. So here I'm use for the index, and first of all I'm type for is the apple, and then use for the orange, and it also created for the banana, okay, and then use for the cherry, okay. It's created completely, okay. So now I'm save this code, and I'm going for the my browser, okay. It's open, and just refresh this one, okay. It's perfectly printed for in this the you can see this is the Django is is printed for 1 2 3 and 4 5, okay. So here in this printed, and now in this station I'm just uses for in this, okay. is save, and then going for in this template. So here I'm just use for the for loops. Okay, so now I'm going for the next step, create for the for loop dot first. Okay, so it's allow you to test if the loops is the first iteration. Okay, so now draw a background for the first iteration of the loop. Okay, so I'm going for in this the template.html, and here I'm first use the first. Okay, and then list inside. First is a type, here is use list, for then it's a list inside created. Okay, so first of all is type at the unaltered list view, and here I'm just going for in this, and now it's fixing. Okay, so in this section is list inside. First of all use for the if. Okay, it's if, and then create for the for loop dot use the first. Okay, so in this now I'm remove for in this this one list. Okay, so this is the ending. Now I'm create for the list opening, and then it's closing for the list. Okay, so first of all a list inside I'm going, and here I'm type for the curly braces, and then type for the module. Okay, then I'm use for the if for loop. Okay, and then type for is the first. Okay, and in this inside first created as a style. Okay, is a style, and create for is equal, and a single quotation inside for type for is a background. Okay, the background color is color created, and then I'm created for the clone, and here I'm used for the color is blue. Okay, this one is created, and now I'm created for the semicolon. Okay, so in this first of all I'm use for the style is equal, create for the background color is clone for the color name is blue. Okay, so it's used for the and for. Okay, so now here in this remove for in this the list. Okay, so here I'm used for the block code. Okay, so now I'm going for in this next line, and in this next line I'm just type for is less than. Okay, and then create for is the double curly braces, and then here first type is X. Okay, and is now I'm used for the closing for list. Okay, so this one is completed, and I'm also type for the curly braces, and then type for is module, and here I'm used for the and for. Okay, and this one is complete. Okay, so then use for the light for. Okay, so in this section first of all create for the unaltered list, and is for the for loop for X in the first. Okay, then use for the list. Okay, so here is completed for this, and now remove for in this. Okay, so now I'm paragraph tag remove. Okay, so here. Okay, so now save this code, and I'm going for my views dot py side. Okay, so here I'm just in this for the same as. Okay, so I'm going for in the testing, and then create for the loader for the first name for the apple, cherry, orange. Okay, so now again save, and going for my browser. Okay, it's open and then refresh. So here is perfectly printed for the output for is the apple, orange, banana, cherry, and in this apple is hover for is the blue colors. Okay, I'm use for the blue. Okay, so next time create for the for loop dot loss station. Okay, so it's allowed to test if the loop is on the loss reflection. Okay, so now I'm going for in this the template. Okay, so here I'm just use for the only lost. Okay, is a lost, and then here I'm use for the color is orange. Okay, is orange color, and in this code for the same as. Okay, so now save, and then open for the views.py. Okay, so here in this the same code printed. So now this code save and going for my browser. Okay, is open, is a refresh. Okay, is perfectly the last one cherry is in this color for the is the orange. Okay, so this is the output. So finally in this session I'm completed and created the most powerful of for loops in the Django template, and these loops are your allies in creating for dynamic and responsive web applications. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this tutorial. So thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's another tutorial. So in this session, I'm curious for the overlooked but essential aspect of the Django development, but for the comments. Okay, the comments in Django for not only enhance code for readability, but also serve as a valuable documentation. So let's explore the world of the comments in the Django. Okay, so here the most important for the comment in the Django for is the comment will provide the context, explain the purpose of the code snapped, and make it easier for the collaborator to understand the logic behind for your Django project. Okay. So the comments is the most important part for is allowed to have the section of code should be ignored. Okay, so the next point is the comment description. Okay, you can add a message to a comment to help you to remember why you write the comment, or as a message to other people reading this code. Okay, so now I'm going for in this the temple.html, and here I'm add for the description for my comments in this code. So here first of all in this code is under remove. Okay, so here only type first of all create the heading for the h1. Okay, and then closing for in this age the HTML tag. Okay, so in this tag inside I'm create for the welcome Django project. Okay, okay, so now first of all I'm create for my message. So okay, now I'm going for in this next line, and here I'm type for the curly braces, and the type is module, and here I'm just only type for the comment. Okay, so it's comment. So in extra block code now I'm remove. Okay, and here in this the so first I'm going for in this comment, and here I'm just type for the message. Okay, so this is a comment section. Okay, so then I'm going for in this the next step, and here I'm use for the again is a type for the h1 tag. Okay, it's or the h1. Okay, so in this inside I'm type for the welcome Abion. Okay, so now I'm completed for in this section. So now save this code, and I'm going for in this the view.py. So here I'm using only for the testing, and in this the context for now I remove. Okay, so in this remove, and only here is st for the is a HTTP response, then use for only the render function. Okay, so now this one I'm just save and going for my browser is open and just refresh. Okay, so here is perfectly painted for is the welcome is the Django project. Okay, so this is the output for in the comment description. So I'm going for in the next step create for in the smaller comments. Okay, so you can also use the hash and dash hashtag when the commenting out code, which can be easier for a smaller comments. Okay, so now I'm going for here and create for the smaller is coding. Okay, so now here I'm stay for going for the template dot html, and now here I'm use only the h1 tag. Okay, so now this will remove. Okay, and it's on save, and then going for in this builds.py. So here first of all open in this testing request, then use for the template, and here and first of all use the hashtag. Okay, it's hashtag, then type for is the context. Okay, it's context equal, then use for the and create the curly braces, and then curly braces inside first of all type single conditions for variable 1. Okay, and closing the single condition, and then type clone. So here is not in this line, and create the clone, and also type for the name is Neha. Okay, and then and here in this for the Neha is his name is typing, and then it's closing for in this the hashtag. Okay, so now in this code and save and just going for my browser. Okay, so it's opening, then refresh. So here in this same as because in this comment is not effect for in this output. Okay, so I hope you're understanding for in this the comment section. Okay, so in this session I'm just is exploring of the comments in the Django, and remember comments are not just annotation, so they are your communication with the followers, the developers, and your future for itself. Okay, so keep coding and keep commenting and stay tuned for the more Django tutorials. Okay, so thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to the another tutorial. So here in this session, I'm create for the most important topic for the powerful is the Django functions for the encode. Okay, so this function plays a role in the modularizing for your Django project and to make your code for is organized and maintainable. Okay, so now explore for in this the include function. So here in this the include function for the is a powerful tool for use for the URL routing and the creating for the modular and reusable component within for your project, and it allows you to include other URLs pattern from the different files, is promoting a clean and the modular project structure. Okay, so here in this session for this include tag is allowed to include for a template inside the current template. Okay, so this is useful when you have a block of content and that is the same for many pages. Okay, so first of all in this the template inside created for is the ones a file. Okay, so first of all I'm going for the new file, and then here type for is a filter. Okay, filter.html. okay, so now it's completed, and then I'm going for in this template.html. okay, so here I'm also previously pre-used for in this code. Okay, so now I'm just changes and here I'm type is the hello. Okay, and then I'm going for in this session, and then here I'm type for is the p tag is creating. Okay, so in this p tag inside, so first of all I'm type is the suppose this page contains a photo in a template. Okay, then it's created, and here is full stop as is completed, and then I'm going for here, and is open only is create the color basis, and the type is the module. Okay, and then here I'm use for the include. Okay, it's include, and then single quotation inside I'm just a type for the is the footer.html as complete for in these single quotations. Okay, so now here in this session create for in this. Okay, so now type for in this the p tag again. Okay, so here I'm just type for the is this is a another paragraph. Okay, it's completed, and now I'm going for in this the viz.py. Okay, so now say this, and going for in this just to scroll is a pin for the viz.py section. Okay, so here is only uses for the template. So in this comment I'm remove, and here is create for the loader as the template.html, and in this same as. So now in this save, and I'm going for in this footer. Okay, so here I'm just message for is the paragraph type created, and then closing in this paragraph tag, and here I'm just type for is a thanks for watching. Okay, okay, so it's created complete, and now save this code, and I'm going for my browser is open and just refresh. Okay, so here is completed. Show for the output is hello. So this space contain folder and template, and thanks for watching, and this is another paragraph. Okay, so this is the output. So now I'm creating for is the variable in include. Okay, so you can save the variable into the template by using with keyword. Okay, so in the include file you refer to the variable by using the variable name syntax. Okay, so now I'm going for in this template section, and here first of all I'm going for in this the template.html, and now I'm used for the here in this the include. Now in this remove this code, and I'm going for in this session, and just type for the another paragraph tag. Okay, so now in this inside just okay, so it's here, and then first of all create is the one file. Okay, so a file created for in this template folder. So now click for the new file, and here I'm just type for the my menu. Okay, it's my menu.html. Okay, so now it's opening. So now I'm for in this folder stay for in the my menu, and again for in this here. So here just type for the checkout. Okay, check out my file is for my menu.html. Okay, so now it's completed, and then here is just a change for in this type for is welcome. Okay, welcome everyone. Okay, so here in the session is I'm using here the h1 tag. Okay, so it's opening and then it's at the closing for in this h1 tag. Okay, so here I'm using for the 2 paragraph and 1 is heading, and the first of all I'm using for the include tag. Okay, this template. So now first of all is curly braces, and then type is the module, and here first create the include. Okay, so in this extra module now remove. Okay, so in this include station, in double quotation inside declare for is the my menu.html. Okay, so also type for is width. Okay, so in this width it's not a table, it's width. For mid section use and then use the equal, then double quotation inside create for the is used as the name is for okay, and then also use for the sponsor. Okay, the sponsor then equal is type for the me. Okay, so in this for completed. So now in this code for save. Okay, so I'm going for in this the views.py. Okay, for in this file, and here in this code for the same as not is did. Okay, so it's again for save, and then I'm going for in this the my menu. Okay, so here first of all I'm use for the HTML tag for is a div. Okay, is starting and closing for in this div. Okay, so now in this div inside I'm created first is so type for home. Okay, and then is for the R operator, and then is for the double curly braces, and in this insert and is simply type for is me. Okay, and then again the type for is the R operator, and then here type is the forum. Okay, is and then again type create the R operation is R operator, and then type for is a double opening and closing curly braces. Okay, so in this curly braces inside just type for is the sponsor. Okay, so now in this code completed, and now I'm save this code. Okay, so I'm going for my browser and see the output. Okay, so it's opening and just refresh, so perfectly printed for in this output. Okay, it's amazing working for in this session is home, and the camel is for more and me. Okay, so it's print for the heading is welcome everyone, and in this 2 paragraph tag. Okay, so use for the first paragraph is this is another paragraph, and the checkout my file is the mymenu.html. Okay, so it's wonderful output in this session. Okay, so here in the session is perfectly the comprehensive guide to using the include function in the Django. So by mastering for this function and use the own stop close to creating C table. Okay, modular. So now in this Django project are completed. So I hope you enjoyed in this tutorial. So thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to another tutorial. So today tutorial I'm created for the Django development for the QuerySet. So understanding the QuerySets are interacting with for your database efficiently. Okay, so let's explore the basic and some advanced feature in the Django QuerySet tutorial. Okay, so now in this session for the Django for QuerySet is collection of the database queries. So that can be used to retrieve data from your database and is powerful tool so that allow you to filter, alter, and manipulate data before sending it to your views. Okay. So first of all, for the Django, the QuerySet is a collection of data from a database, and the QuerySet is built up as a list of the object. Okay. So the QuerySet makes it so easier to get the data you can actually need by allowing you to filter and alter the data. It's act on the all stage. Okay, so in this station, just create and will be query data from the previously created for the table is the members table users. Okay, so first of all, I'm going for in this the station for the creating for the query set. Okay, so first of all, I'm append for in this the views.py. Okay, so in this also important for in this testing for the request. Okay, so here I'm create then testing and will the test define the query is created, and in this example we use the for dot or all method to get all records and field of the members method. Okay, so in this section first of all I'm going for in this the HTML. Okay, so template.html, and first of all here type for is a table. Okay, and create the table and HTML tag, table starting, and then closing for is a table. Okay, so in this table inside I first created the PR tag. Okay, starting and then closing. Okay, it's closing. So now in this inside first of all I type is the okay, so table here I'm type the border. Okay, is the border equal is a single condition type is the one. Okay, so now I'm going for here and this type the th tag is starting and closing the th. Okay, so first of all here I'm type is id. Okay, and then in this for copy and paste for the next line. Okay, and change so first of all use the first name. Okay, and then in this line I'm use for the last name. Okay, so this completed, and then I'm going for and create for the block code. So first of all is create curly braces and then module, and here is for is x in for the my members. Okay, is the my members, and then here is the module, and then I'm again created for the th. Okay, sorry, is a tier tag starting, and then closing for is the tier. In this a tier tag inside. So first of all I'm type is a td, starting and closing for the td. Okay, so here I'm use the double curly braces, and then inside I'm type for is x.id. Okay, so next one in this code I'm copy. Okay, and paste for the next line. So now I'm changing it so it's for the x is the first name, and the next line is type for the last name. Okay, first name and last name completed and complete for in the tr table tag. Okay, so here I'm is type for the closing block tag for is the and for. Okay, So now this code's complete, and now in this the table tag outside, just use for the paragraph tag for is the P, okay, and then here I'm just message type for is this table show my all members record, okay, members information. Okay, so this paragraph completed. So in this code and save, okay. So I'm again going for my views.py section. So here, first of all, type for this one is the my data, okay. And then use for equal and type for the member. And then type is the object. And here I'm using for the all function, okay. So in this created, and then I'm going for the context section. So simply type for is the context and is equal, then create the curly braces, and the curly braces inside first of all type is the my members, okay. And then create the clone and also type for is the my data, okay. So here in this, and then I'm going for in this the render function inside, and here I'm type for is the context, and also type for is the request, okay. So this one is completed. So here in the session I'm create for is the my data is a variable is called for my data is object list, and it is seen to the template for is the context, and object for is the my members, and looks and here is print for is the query set, okay. So in this session I'm going for in this browser. So now in the save, and I'm going for the template dot, and this one save, and just going for the browser is open and just refresh. So here is perfectly printed for is the in the output, okay. So as you can see, for in this the members module contains for in this the total is the 6 record, and are enlisted inside the query set of the 6 object, okay. So in this the template for perfectly is creating the members object in the generated for in this context, okay. So the create for the table inside perfectly. So in the session I'm completed, and here is comprehensive guide to the Django for the query set completed, and mastering for the query set with the Emperor you to interact with for my database seamlessly, and it's perfectly show for in this the output, okay. So I hope you enjoyed in this tutorial. So thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's another tutorial. So in this tutorial I'm creating for is the Django development for is the query set in get method, okay. So now we will focus on getting our data from your database and from using the Django for QuerySet, and stick out and some practical example and tips. Okay, here in session for understanding the Django QuerySet is get in essentially collection of data based queries that can be used to type data, and it provides a high level and a Pythonic interface to interact with for your database, okay. So get data in a different method to get data from a model into a query set, okay. So first of all, I'm create for is a values method, and allow you to resign its object as a Python dictionary. So with the names of values as key or values here, okay, value pairs, okay. So now, first of all, I'm going for in this the template.html, and here I'm just simply type for in this the same code uses. So then in this p tag, just copy, okay, and it's cut, and now I'm going for in this the body outside, just paste for this tag and just change for in this the is a paragraph. Here type the is the QuerySet, okay? Is QuerySet object, okay? And then here is a type for the double curly braces inside type the my members, okay? So this one is created, and then I'm again type for this. So here, and then type for is p tag. So paste this one, and here I'm just change it this for this the here use. So now remove, and the type for is the loop. Look through the items, okay? And then is and then create the clone, okay? So now this one in this code completed, and then save, and I'm going for in this the views.py section, okay? So now here in this going for testing the request in this code, and I'm here in this the already created because this code previously uses. So here is uses the only all method, and I'm also type for is the values function uses, and then in this the same as for my members and my data, and the same as in this. So I'm just save and going for the browser and just refresh, okay? So is the perfectly is the QuerySet is opening, okay? So this is the output for in this the QuerySet, okay? So now I'm going for is open for the values me, okay? So here I'm create the next point is the return for the specific column, okay? So values underscore a list method allow you to return for the only column that you specify, okay? So here I'm just return for the only the first name, okay? So now I'm going for in this the views.py. So first of all is the simple change for the template.html, and then here I'm use only first of all type is the QuerySet object and look through the item, and then I'm going for the border for one, and here in this so last one in this in PD for tier just remove in this code, okay? So here remove, and then I'm going for in this the table border one, and here I'm use for so now in this code for remove, okay? So table for border one, and then use the block code for is the my members, and then in this block code insert first of all I'm type is the tier, okay? Starting and closing for tier. Okay, so since this here inside I'm created for is the TD, okay? The starting and closing for TD, and the TD inside just the type for it the double curly braces, and here inside only type is the X, okay? So now this code completed, and save this code, okay? And I'm going for in this the views.py, and here I'm just only print for the first name, okay? So in this the object, and then use for the views list, okay? So in this remove, so first of all type is the values dot is not dot is the underscore for the list, and then type for is the parenthesis, and the single condition inside type for is the first name, okay? So this one created completely, and now save this code, and then going for my browser and it's opening and just refresh, okay? Since it's perfectly printed for the first name, so this is the output for the first name, okay? So here in this completed, and then I'm going for the next step and create a print for the return only specify row. So you can filter the source to only return specific rows record by using the filter method, okay? So previously I'm used for the first name, and now I'm used for the last specific row, and here I'm only uses for the record for where is the first name is the email. Okay, so then I'm going for here, and then is equal is single quotation inside. So now in this remove, so then going here and type for the is the Johan. Okay, so just take for the output. Okay, it's perfectly stay, and then here the type is Johan, and then here is a type for the values. Okay, values function use so now this code created perfectly, and then going for the HTML tag. So here just going then is the paragraph, the loop through the item, and now here the table inside I'm going for in this, and just is type for this code. Okay, so table inside first is a type the tier. Okay, it's again typing. Okay, so I'm just in this code and previously created just in this the pause in this video, and just in the type for this code in the time saving. So these are completed. I'm just previously uses this code and just paste for in this here code. Okay, so I'm just in this code save, and again save for the views.py code. Okay, so I'm going for my browser. Okay, so just refresh, and here's the error, but is unexpected this. Okay, so now I'm again take it. Okay, so fix for my problems in this code. So and here is use the filter function uses. Okay, so is the views dot in underscore list, and not is remove. Okay, so here I'm just type for the filters and show the output is a perfectly. Okay, so it's a type the filter. Okay, and here is I hope complete error solving. Okay, so I'm just again take for in this code and then save, and going for the browser and just refresh. Okay, so here, okay, it's perfectly printed for the output. So here is print for the QuerySet object. This is the QuerySet, and look through the items that ID is a 5, and the first name is the Johan, and last name is the ref. Okay, so this is the outputs. I hope you enjoy and understanding for in this code. So here just use and got for the Django for the QuerySet in Get to use efficiently retrieve data from your database. Okay, so thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to another new tutorial. So in this session, I'm creating for the Django is a QuerySet for focusing specifically on a filters method by using the ending of this video, and it will improve for narrowing down your database query. So let's get started. So here in this session where the Django, the filter method allow us to narrow down our database and query based on the specified conditions, say each versatile tool for defining the data all the time. Okay, so now the QuerySet filter is method for is used to the filter for search and allow you to return only row and match the search them, and as we learn for in this completely. Okay, so in this session it also uses for the and on or operation, and use the filter method is the data arguments and keyword arguments. So you can filter one more on or more than one field by separating by them and comma, and is created for the singly and the common and the multiply created. Okay, and the or operation is create the first name and returning the record match either query and not the necessary both. Okay, so and is used for the and operation. You can use the multiple filter method and separate the pi character and the result with the merge that into one in the module. Okay. So first is create is the multiply created and use for the filter method. Okay. So and I'm going for in this the template.html. So here in this code I'm uses but is not changes, and then I'm going for into the view.by, and here is the just some change. Okay, in this view.py is opening, and here awesome is insert for the fee expression. Okay, so now in this import file this type is the from, and also type is the Django. Okay, and then here is type for .db and the models. Okay, and it's also type and import for the view. Okay, so here this completed, and then I'm going for in this testing. So here in this session I'm used for the filter method. Okay, so previously I'm used for the first name. Okay, so then here use first of all is the parentheses, use the Q. Okay, is Q, and then before here and type for the first name is the Johan, and then here is also is the or operator. Okay, is type the or operator, and here again type for is the Q, and then type is the parentheses. So here first of all type is the first name. Okay, and then type is equal single quotation inside a type for is the email. Okay, and then is the closing parentheses and use for the values. Okay, so in this line and this code completed, and going for here and use for the context dot my members in data, and here type is the comma. Okay, so in this session completed for in this code no, so I'm save this code and just going for the browser, and it's refresh now. Okay, so it's refresh to show out the output printed for two members records. So first is the Johan, and next is the print for the email. Okay, so this is the output. So in this session I'm also created for the field for the lookup syntax. Okay, so always lookup keywords must be specified with the first name and followed by 2 underscore characters and keywords. Okay, so in a members module the statement would be written like this. Okay, so I'm going for here in this session and return the record. Well, the first name is starting with the letter is a capital word. Okay, so in this session use for in this template, this same code is not changing. Okay, so I'm just changing for in this views.py. Okay, so here is then I'm just remove for then Django for is the Q. Okay, so it's remove, and then I'm going for my testing code. Okay, so here this for the testing request, here I'm just simple change here it was the filter and the type for. So now in this code I'm just remove. Okay, so here first of all type is the first name. Okay, and then create for the double underscore and use for the start which okay, this and here I'm used for the equal, then create for the single quotation type for the capital word is the L. Okay, so here in this simple code create completely. So and then in this code save. Okay, so save this code, and then I'm going for my browser is open and just refresh. Since this perfectly printed only the column name, okay? So look through the item for the ID, first name and last name, okay? So amazing code for in this session. I hope in this session I'm complete understanding and create for in this code and show the output. So here I'm use for the filter method with the Django for QuerySet, okay? So you learn for equip filter for your data with the precision, okay? So if you find an understanding and helpful for in this tutorial, okay? So I hope you enjoy in this session. So thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's another tutorial. So today I'm creating for is that Django is the QuerySet for once again and focusing on the order by function method and by end of the tutorial and completely guide and create for the organizing your database query. So let's get started. So in this Django for is the order method is your go-to tool for the sorting query set. It allows you to organize your result based on or more fields in either is ascending or the descending order, okay? So first of all, I'm creating for the query state for the order by method, okay? So I'm use for the day is the Django and create for the alphabetically the first name, okay? So here I'm going for in this the views.py and just here just change it. So I'm use for the order by object, okay? So then in this the filter section remove. Okay, so here I'm just type for is object at all method, okay? And then also type is the order by and then type for the first name, okay? And then in this code simply changes the completed, okay? So now I'm take for in this so first of all in this code and I'm save and take for in this the is template.html and see here use for the my members object and now is here use the HTML code, okay? So now I'm just going for in this again save and then going for the browser and it's refreshed now, okay? So here is uses for the order by method is completely working, okay? So and I'm going for in this next station and here is type create the descending order, okay? By default the result is sorted by the sending the lowest value first and change the direction to descending for the highest values first and use the minus sign for not in front of the field name, okay? So now I'm going for here in this views.py and here I'm used for the descending order, okay? So in this code same and I'm just only here use for the negative is minus sign for the not, okay? So it's only this sign uses and change for in this code output, okay? So I'm just again save and going for my browser and it's open and just refresh, okay? So here's perfectly something it changed for in this code, okay? So here I'm used for the descending order, okay? And last I'm used for the multiple orders by, okay? So to order by more on field and separate the field names with comma in order by method, okay? So here I'm used for the order by result by the list name, ascending then descending on ID, okay? So I'm going for here and then change it. So first of all, I'm used for the order by method and then here it just changed. Then I'm used for the last name, okay? The last name and then it's used for is another record. So now I'm a single condition and then type for is the minus sign dot then ID, okay? So now it's a simple code it changed it and save this code and then I'm going for my browser, okay? So here just refresh this code and see the output, okay? the perfectly same for in this output. Okay, so this is the output. Okay, so I hope you understanding for in this code and how and why I'm used for the ascending and descending order. Okay, so in this session completely created is comprehensive of part for in the guide using the order by method with the Django for the query set. So you are now equipped to sort and organize query data and fitness. Okay, so I hope you enter an understanding in this tutorial. So thank you for watching. I will then come back to this new tutorial. So in the session, I'm creating for the other tutorial for the static add static files and the folder in Django. Okay, by the end of the video, you'll be a pro and amazing for your static asset. So let's get started. So in the static file is included for your CSS, JavaScript, image, and other assets that contribute to the visual and the interactive aspect for your web applications. Okay, so the remit is the constant for the across different pairs under the vital for him constant for user experience. Okay, so in the session I'm create firstly the static create a static folder. And when you're building web applications, you probably want to add some static files like image or CSS file. And we start by creating the folder name. Suppose I'm going for my Django project, and then it's my apps. Okay, so is app inside. First of all, I'm suppose the example is template, and then here I create for on the another folder. So it's now for its name is static. Okay, so in this static folder is almost is created, and then press the enter. Okay, so perfectly created for in this folder, and like in this folder the name is here is the static. Okay, so and is a static folder inside. I'm just create for a CSS file, and suppose is my CSS name. So here I'm just press at the right and then type click for the new file, and here I'm just type for my first. Okay, my first dot CSS. Okay, so here in this complete almost, and then press the enter. Okay, so it's a perfectly opening for my CSS, my first dot CSS file. Okay, so now open for in this file and insert here is some data. So first of all, I'm complete for the body section. Okay, so it's a simple type for the body, and then the type for the color braces. Okay, so first of all, type is the background color. So the background color used for is okay, so this one, and then I'm going for in this font size. So here I'm used for the font family for is suppose the is a Vardena. Okay, so it's the ounce. Okay, so I'm just here going, and then suppose the color. Okay, so this color uses okay, so here is complete for my CSS file. Okay, so another save. Okay, so here in this step completed, and then I'm going for in the next step at create for the HTML template. Okay, so and I'm going for in this the HTML in this template folder inside open for the template.html. Okay, so here I'm just reading for in this code. Okay, so all in code remove. Okay, so here first of all I'm just type then here is the CSS file inserted in this HTML file. Okay, so I'm going for in this HTML here, and the first of all type is the link. Okay, and then going then closing for this link. So and this link inside first of all I'm create is the real, and then use for is a single condition create for the style sheet. Okay, style sheet and it's created for the double condition in, and it's not a single condition. Okay, so here is this complete, and then I'm here use for the hyperlink reference. Okay, so the form is SEREA and is equal, and same type is the double condition, and create the block code for the curly braces, and also type is is the module. Okay, so the double module. So first of all, type is the static. This on, and num remove for in this extra. Okay, so here first of all type for the static, and here inside type for it's not double, it's a single condition, and is created for my post dot CSS. Okay, so here in this for my file extension created completely. Okay, so now I'm going for in this top. Okay, so in this folder is a template dot template top. This type for is a curly braces, and also type is a module. And first of all, here I'm type for is the static. Okay, so here in this completed, and then I'm going for in this body section. So first of all, body section is type for the curly braces, and the module, and first of all use for X in, suppose name is first, it's first, and then going for here. Okay, so it's not okay, so and I'm use for h1 tag. Okay, so in this h1 tag inside, I'm just press for the double curly braces inside the type for the X. Okay, so and then going for here, and then just type for the and this block code, so is the module, and also type for is at the end for. So this code completed, and then here I'm type for is the p tag. Okay, the starting and closing for in this the p tag. So suppose here I'm use for this method for in my first dot CSS file. Okay, and you can see it's at the okay, so it's a style sheet looks like. Okay, okay, so type for in this message and completed for my template.html. Okay, so now I'm going for in this next step and open for the because it's open the views .py. Okay, so it's opening, and then I'm going for in this testing for the request. So then is then my data is removed. Okay, so I'll use for is the template and the template.html, and then in this context inside, first of all type is the first. Okay, and then going for here and type is the sample fruit. Also first time use the single quotation inside for is the apple, and also use for the orange, and then is the use the banana. Okay, and this completed, and here in this the same as this code. So now this code safe. Okay, and going for in this the CSS file for is my first .css. Okay, is the same as so now I'm going for the template is .html, and here open for the new terminal. Okay, so just new, and then here use for the command. So it's opening. So suppose first of all I'm type is the py, then manage .py, and then type is the run server. Okay, and press the enter. So here is the open for the new URL. Okay, so it's opening for in this the new URL, and just time in this copy. Okay, and going for my browser. So okay, so it's one. So then here I'm just paste, and then also type is a testing. Okay, and press the enter, and okay, perfectly printed for in this output. So here is a false printed the apple, the orange, the banana. Okay, is the wonderful in this output. Okay, is amazing. So now the station is almost is completed for is the add static file. Okay, so here in the station completed and complete created for the wonderful output. Okay, so here almost demonstrate the art of the creating static files and folders in the Django for is my apps folder is hello. Okay, so I hope you enjoy and understanding for in this topic. Okay, so thank you for watching.
Hello everyone, welcome back to today's another tutorial. So it's most interesting and simple topic for installing the white noise. Okay, so in this, the white noise is handy to serve your static file efficiently in the Django. So now let's get started and install for the white noise. Okay, so first of all, in the question, what use for the white noise? Okay, so before we get hands off, so let's quickly understand what is the white noise in a game changer to serving static files in the Django. Okay, so the white Django is building the development server in the fantastic, and it might not be the most efficient for the serving static file in a production environment. Okay, so the white noise comes to the reuse, providing a simple with a powerful solution for the serving static files and freshly from the Django for the Hello app. Okay, so first of all, here I'm installing for the white noise. So it's a short discuss for the white noise is does not have a built-in solution, and here the serving static file areas. Okay, so at least it's not the production for the when in the is the debug not be the fault. Okay, so now I'm just focused for in the initial in the white noise. Okay, so now we open for the virtual environment. Okay, so then I'm type for the CMD is the open. So here first of all I'm type for the is the tip install. Okay, so not okay, so I'm going for my folder opening. Okay, and then going for the local disk. So I'm choose for in this the Django project, and here in this the my app. Okay, so here I'm just type for the CMD. Okay, so now it's opening, and then here I'm just type for the pip install the white noise. Okay, and press the enter. So just wait for the few seconds. Okay, so it's starting for in this the pip for install white noise. Okay, so I'm just wait and see the output. So here is a downloading for in this the starting the white noise. Okay, so completed download for is the pip in the install start of white noise. Okay, is the completely in this process. Okay, so I'm also modify and to make for you wanting to the run is a white noise, so you have to specify in is the middle for in this the DLL list and going for in this setting that pi. Okay, so now I'm going for in this the VS Code, and here I'm just open for into the my app, and then going for is string.py. Okay, and so now I'm searching for the medial. Okay, so here is stay this one. So now I'm here is add simply for the white noise. So then scroll and is open for the single quotation, and also type for is the void noise. Then type for dot is middle r is middle over dot. Type for is the void. First letter is capital void. Then also type for is the noise, and then type is middle r. Okay, so now this completed for in this the middleware in this code. So here I'm just save. Okay, so now it's completed for the process is the white noise. Okay, so I hope you understanding for in this code. Okay, so here I'm successfully for the integrated for the white noise for into my Django project, and making it starting and the media file is delivered a place. Okay, so I hope you understanding and enjoyful in this tutorial. So thank you for watching.
Hello everyone, welcome back. Today's another new tutorial. So in this session, I'm create for the collect for static files. Okay, so and also for handle the static files. Okay, so in this session, I'm just created so like is the style sheet, JavaScript, and image are not handled automatically by the Django when its debug is equal false. Okay, so now is when is debug is equal the true, and this worked fine, and all had to do was to put them in the static folder of the applications. Okay, and is the other options for where is a Java debug is the false, so static file have to be collected and put in the specified folder before we can use it. Okay, so now starting in this session, and just I create for the collect static files. Okay, so basically to collect all necessary static files for your project, and start by specifying a static root property in the setting.py. Okay, so now I'm in this setting.py. Okay, it's open, and then here is the static URL. Okay, so here I'm just add for the static root. Okay, so in this specific folder where you can want to collect for your static file, so now you can call the folder whatever you like it. So I'm just use for the folder name is the productions file. Okay, so I'm just scroll down, and here, and first is use the static root. Okay, so in this is top. So first of all, here I'm type is all the capital word is static underscore type for root. Okay, then type is equal, and here I'm also type for is the base for here. Okay, and then for a slash, and here I'm a single quotation inside create for my folder name is the production file. Okay, is the production files. Okay, so now this file is almost is created. So now in this file shape, and you can manually create it for this folder and collect put all the static file for your project. Okay, so now I'm going for in this the Django has a comment, the type is for down. So first of all, I'm open for the comment and new terminal. So here is the opening, just type for the, okay, so then first of all type is the py, and then also type is the manage.py, and here is type is the collect static. Okay, So now in this collect start tag in this command inserted and press the enter. So just wait. Okay, so I'm just waiting. So here is perfectly opening for is the 126 is the static file series, copied is the Django and project, and my app inside created for is the production.py. Okay, so in which is the production this result. Okay, so now I'm going for in this the next step, and here I'm create for the simple project. Okay, so first of all I'm open for my in this the app. Okay, so hello, this app and is hello inside open of for is the templates. Okay, so in this template inside, first of all I'll open for this template. Okay, so in this code I'm previously uses okay, so now in this code here use okay, so now I'm going for in this here, and first of all then I'm open for my views.py. Okay, so just scroll down and it's opening. So here I'm use for the and is the small first name. So first of all here I'm type the Terry. Okay, is the Terry, and also type here is the lemon. Okay, it's a lemon, and then in this code I'm save, and then I'm going for my CSS file inside. Okay, so just open for is the my first dot CSS, and here I'm just change for the color. Okay, so I'm just going and just open for in this. Okay, in this color opening. Okay, so now in this save this code, and I'm going for in this the terminal, and here I'm just type for is the command. Okay, so first of all I'm type for is the py, and also type is the manage dot py, and then type is the run server. Okay, so just press the enter. So here is a pin for the new URL. Okay, so in the session for this one. Okay, so now I'm going for my web browser and just refresh and take the result. Okay, so here in this same as here. Okay, so here is for this the file is the line. Okay, so I'm just scroll up and take this. Okay, so here is the error, but is the import is the most important for the import error, because I'm not declared for the white noise the middle, or for the white noise middle wise attribute or the class. Okay, so is completed for in this next tutorial, so is follow for in this next session. Okay, I have here is almost is solve for in this problem. Okay, so in this tutorial is the basic, so I hope you're understanding for why is this problem and then solve it. Okay, so check for in this the next tutorials. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this tutorial, so thank you for watching.
Hello everyone, welcome back to today's another tutorial. So in this session, I'm creating for the how to explore and manage the global static files for in a or Django project. Okay, so now let's get started and create a solid and understanding of the organizing code and serving static files on a global scale. Okay, so let's get started. So here in this the efficiently organizing for the static files, so not only enhance the project implementability, but also is ensure a smooth development workflow. Okay, so now provide the Django is a convenient way to structure for your static file, making it easier to manage and serve them is globally. Okay, so first of all, create a structured folder for our is global static file. Okay, and I will organize a structure for the simplifier and maintains to allow us to scale for my project for effectively. Okay, so here in the section I'm at a global for CSS file. Okay, so previous tutorial is a perfectly understanding and create for a static folder and how to use for in this applications. Okay, and now in this section I'm create for the global CSS file at okay. So here is the not enough is create a static folder in the root dictionary. Okay, and the Django will fix the rest. So we will tell the Django why to look for this static files. Okay, so I'm going to this VS Code Studio and create in this the new folder. Okay, so first of all I'm starting by creating a folder on the project is the root level. Okay, so this folder can be just called and I'm just like it, so I will call in the my static files. Okay, so I'm just creating, so I'm going for here and then create for is the new folder. Okay, so the new folder name is my static files. Okay, my static files. Okay, now press the enter. So perfectly created for the folders. Okay, so now I'm going for the next step and just simply add a CSS file in the my static files inside folder created. So suppose I'm just type for the CSS here and create for the new file is just like it for my global.css. Okay, global.css. Okay, so now it's opening for in this new file. Okay, so now in this new file for CSS opening and just start and insert this sample code. Okay, so first of all type is the body section code. Okay, so and then type for the color braces and simply insert for it is the color. Okay, so the color suppose I'm used for is a brown. Okay, so here I'm create for and insert the CSS code. Okay, so in this section completed and then I'm just modifying for the setting. Okay, so I'm just choose for then setting. Okay, so I'm going for in the my app and here is the opening for the in this setting. Okay, so here in this setting I will just tell for the Django to also look for the static file in the my static file folder in the root dictionary. Okay, so this is done in the string the setting.py files. Okay, so now I'll just scroll down and going for here. Okay, so here is add insert for the data for is the my static file inside. Okay, so here I'm just add for is the setting file. So first of all type is the static files underscore dis for the dictionary. Okay, is starting for is all word for the capital word. Okay, so now I'm type for is the static static files underscore create for the dirs. Okay, and then create for is equal and then type for is the index and here in this inside the type for the base underscore dir and now create for my folder names the single condition inside create for the my static file. Okay, static files. Okay, So I completed for in this code, and here I'm just simply is modifying for in this the modify setting. Okay, so here I'm use for the static for dictionary list. So you can list all the dictionaries why the Django should look for the static file. Okay, so here is also used for the base dictionary. Keyword is represent the root directory of the project, and together with the my static file, it means the my static files folder in the root in the dictionary. Okay, so here in this session completed for the Django is the first occurrence of this file, and it's completed for the static file dictionary using for the order you have is provided. Okay, so I'm going for in this the collect for the static files the run command. Okay, so now I'm just save it. Okay, and going for my folder inside. Okay, so just open for, see here it's perfectly opening for in this. Okay, so I'm just take it here. So now I'm open for here is the CMD. Okay, and then first of all just typing. So here is the command for pi, and a type for is manage.py, and also type is the collect static. Okay, collect is static. Okay, so I'll just press for the enter, and here is open for the products week. Okay, so the result, so just wait. Okay, so here is completed for you have requested the collected static file is the dictionary, and here in this the message for are you sure you want to this. So now I'm just press the yes. Okay, here in this the static file is created. Okay, so here in this session I'm completed for and add for a static for the global function created. So in this session I'm completed for this one. Okay, so for in this the result. Okay, so I'm completed for in this session and create for the fantastic way. Okay, so here in this session for the art of managing is global static files in the Django. So if you find this tutorial is most helpful and understanding, so thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's another tutorial. So in the session I'm creating for the process of adding a CSS file in for here in a Django project. So now let's get started, and here I'm also use for the stylish and well styled for the Django application. So let's get started. So in the session, so now in this the why use for the CSS in the for Django development. So in this the CSS for the class grading style sheet is the language used for the describing the presentation of a document written in the HTML. So it allows us to control the layout, colors, and giving our applications a visually appealing and user-friendly look. Okay, so now I'm going for here in this the VS Code course. So now previous tutorial I'm created for is a new folder for the name is the my static files. Okay, so this one, and the previous name used for the one CSS file, and now I'm used for the another create for the another CSS file for in the my static file inside. Okay, so now I'm click for the right side and create for the new file, and suppose a new file name is the my styles. Okay, my styles dot CSS. Okay, so now I'm just press for the enter and perfectly created for the new file. Okay, so it's opening for in this file, and here I'm used for the name of the CSS file for the my style. Okay, So now I'm going for here in this project and just type for is the body section. So here I'm just type for the body and create the color braces and color braces inside and simply type for in the background color. So here I'm use for this one. Okay, so now in this code and save. Okay, so this one is completed. So now I'm going for the next step and modify the template. Okay, so now I'm going for in this the template. Okay, so here now you have a CSS file in this section and just open for is the master for the template file. Okay, so here in this template file inside create for here in this the going for in this the master.html file. Okay, just opening. So now first of all in this code just simply modify. Okay, so then here in this the top just okay the top create for the block code. So first of all type is color braces and type is the module. Okay, so here I'm use further is the load. Okay, and then type create type the static. So in this static is also created, then I'm going for in this the head section. So here use for the title is a block and it also use the end block. Okay, so now I'm here is a link up for the CSS file. Okay, so first of all I'm type is the link and it's starting and closing this one. Okay, so in this link inside now I'm type for is the rel and is for equal and type is the double quotation inside create for the style sheet. Okay, style sheet. Okay, so in this style sheet created and then I'm also type for the hyper reference. So it's the short from is href. Okay, and then for equal and type for is a double quotation. So in this double quotation inside again type for the for is the block code for the color braces and also type for is the module, the double module. Okay, so first of all here is the type is static. Okay, in this static and also type for the folder name. So click for the single quotation and single quotation inside type is for is the my styles.css. Okay, my styles.css. Okay, so now in this a file completed. So I'm almost created it for and a link up for in this CSS file. Okay, so now I'm going for in this the body section and here is type for is the blog content and also it created for the blog code. Okay, so now I'm save this code. Okay, so in this section is perfectly completed. Okay, so and then I'm take for in this setting. Okay, make sure your setting.py files the content is the static files dictionary list with reference to the my stories folder or the root dictionary. So and they have specified in the static files root folder. Okay, so now I'm going for in this sting.py. Okay, so now I'm just scroll. So here I'm created stick it. Also in this add here is the string setting.py files create the static files the dictionary equal and here I'm used for the base dictionary and then my folder name is the my static files. Okay, so now it's again save. So now complete for in this and add for the CSS file. Okay, now I'm going for in this my folder inside. Okay, so now I'm just open for is the my here is created the two file is my style.css and the global.css. Okay, so I'm going for in this the my, so just open for the cmd. Okay, take it. So first of all, here is open for the my static file. Okay, so just take it for in this file. Okay, so first of all, here is create for every time you make a change in a static file, so you must run the collect static command to make change take effect. Okay, so in this tick setting, because when is the does not create it for the new file, so now I'm used for in this the command. Okay, so now because I'm already created for in these two files, so I'm not uses for the in this command. Okay, so I'm simply take it for in this going for my static files inside and show for the two files already created for the my style.css, and then also is my global.css. Okay, so now I'm going for in this the by HTML. Okay, so I'm going for my terminal and just open for the URL. So it's simply type is pi, then type for is the manage.py, and type for is run server. Okay, so just press the enter and just wait for is a few seconds. Okay, so it's opening for in this the new URL. Just copy for in this URL. Okay, and going for my browser, and here I'm just type for in this URL, and here I'm typing for it a tasting. Okay, the tasting purpose are opening, so here is perfectly opening for in this the apple, banana, cherry. Okay, so because I'm here in the background color for in this color choices, so then going for in this the view score and just show for in this the output. Okay, so the also I'm created for my style is the aqua color selected. Okay, so here I'm completed and successfully add a CSS file for is a Django project and beginning for your web applications to live with this style. So I hope you enjoy in this tutorial. So thank you for watching.